Hey there and welcome back to tubeguruji channel. Here today we are going to develop this beautiful learning management system application, okay? And this application we are developing with the help of React, NextJS, Tailwind css Hygraph to store all our data, videos. Then we are going to use Clerk for the authentication, and everything we are gonna deploy on a Vercel. Also, we are gonna add a payment integration so that user can buy the course or they can join as a membership for our application. So let's walk through the application first, and then we will talk about the technologies which we are going to use. And everything we are going to use in this course is completely free. So if you see this application, right, this is a completely mobile friendly and responsive application. And if you see, we have a bunch of different courses available, and you can even filter these courses, okay? Depends on the selection, so you can just click on any of this option and it can get filtered immediately. Then if you want to open any of this course, you will see this course preview page, okay? So obviously it's different for every of the course, and it load this video, if you see, it's load immediately, okay? So for example, if I want to go to the Disney clone, here is the preview video. Here, if you see at the bottom, we have the description for this particular course. Then we have some option for the source code, YouTube, and demo of this particular application as well. Now you have option to enroll if it's a free. If it's not free and it's paid, then you will get option to buy the course, or you can even join the membership, okay? Now let's as this is a free course, we can just enroll now. And once we enroll, you will see we navigate to the new page where we will see all the chapters which has in this particular course, okay? Then we have the you can even mark this chapter as a completed. For example, if you're done with the introduction, click mark as a completed, and if you see here, which you with the help of Tailwind css, we beautifully design each of these particular menu, if it's completed or is currently playing or something like that, okay? And if you see, instantly our any of this chapter is load the video without getting any delay or loading, okay? Now if you enroll to this particular course, in the dashboard section you will see your enroll course, okay? So how beautiful it is, correct? Now interesting about again in this one, right, as I told you before, we are going to use Clerk for the authentication. So all of this particular page we need user to authenticate before access to that particular page, okay? So with the help of Clerk, we add that particular feature. So guys, as I say, this is a completely beginner friendly course. If you don't have any knowledge of Next.js 13 or React, don't worry, we will learn everything from the basic. You will learn everything in Next.js, how to do routing from one page to another, how to make application responsive with the help of Tailwind css, how to use Hygraph to store our data, videos, and how to pull the data. And one more important thing, that we are going to use a GraphQL in this particular throughout the application, okay? So how to use the GraphQL, even though you don't have an idea, don't worry, I'm gonna teach you in how to use GraphQL in this application. So before doing any further delay, let's begin. So in this particular course, we are going to use Next.js for our React framework, which is one of the best framework in the market, and we are going to use Next.js 13, okay? And it's not difficult, it's just a React. On the top of React, we have some predefined and pre-configured components which can be directly used in the Next.js, which help us to build the application much faster. Also, for a styling purpose, we are going to use Tailwind css, which is very much popular on the internet right now, okay? And this one also we are going to use in our application to style our complete application and to make it responsive. Next very important thing, that we are going to use Hygraph as a CMS, okay? And this Hygraph is completely free, okay? And obviously it's using the GraphQL, and I will tell you how to use that Hygraph with the GraphQL, how to manage our content, how to create a schema, model, and we are going to store all our multiple GB videos on a Hygraph. Okay, next we are going to use Clerk for the authentication. Many of my videos which uses this Clerk for the authentication purposes, and again everything is free. Clerk is also free, and I'm going to tell you how to use the Clerk in the Next.js, how to integrate it, how to use it, and most important thing, which of the pages you want to authenticate and which not. That also we are going to learn in this particular course. Okay, and finally we are going to deploy all our application on Vercel. Okay, so guys, before doing any further delay, let's begin. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe and join the channel so that I can help you one by one on Instagram. Okay, so let's begin. So in order to create the React application, we are going to use Next.js as our React framework. Okay, and if you don't know anything about the Next.js or you never used before, right, don't worry, we are going to learn everything from the scratch, and you will also learn how to use Next.js efficiently. Okay, and for this tutorial we are going to use Next.js 13. Okay, so first thing, if you go to this nextjs.org, which is the official website of the Next.js, okay, and here you will see the get started, and very easily that with the help of this command line you can create the next application. Okay, so copy this command and then go to your desired folder where you want to create the project. Okay, open the terminal. So obviously if you are right now I'm using the Mac. Okay, so I will just open the terminal at that folder, and let me increase the size. Okay, and just paste this particular command and click enter. Once you click enter, it will ask you, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then you need to give the application name. So in this case we can give the LMS system. Okay, something like this. Enter. Then it will ask, do you want to use TypeScript? Say no, because we are going to use JavaScript. ESLint, say no. Tailwind css, say yes. Okay, so it will automatically install Tailwind css. You don't need to install it manually. Okay, so would you like to use search directory? Say no. The app router, obviously we want app router, so say yes. And the import alias, would you like to customize default import alias? Say no. And then it will install some dependency like React, React DOM, and Next, and some dev dependency like Atto, prefixer, post css, and Tailwind css. So we'll wait to install this. So right now if you see, our project get created successfully. Okay, now let's close this window and open the VS Code. Okay, so I will open the VS Code, open the folder, locate the folder where your project is saved, right? So in my case it is in the documents, and here I have this LMS system. Okay, and open it and say yes to trust. Okay, now if you see on the left hand side, you will see the project structure. Okay, before explaining anything, right, let me go to this packet.json, and here if you see that right now the next version is showing 14. Okay, at the time of recording, this particular version, okay, is not stable, and we have some issue when we run the application, right? You have to manually refresh the screen. So what we can do, we can just change this version to 13.4.16. okay, or you can try it the existing version. Okay, in this case sometimes it's not working, but you can just update to this particular version. Okay, it doesn't affect any new functionality, just I'm using the stable version. Okay, and it's saved. Now let's talk about this the file structure. Okay, so if you see, the first thing is app folder. Okay, which we have the global.css, layout.js, and page.js file. Okay, the page.js file is basically our default page. Okay, and layout is where our application get rendered. Okay, and then this is our node modules. In the public folder, obviously we are gonna save all our assets. Okay, like images or anything. Okay, like that. Then we have this next.config.js, which help us to configure next related configuration. Okay, so obviously once we start developing this application, you will get to know in this particular course. Then in the mac.js, in packet.json, we have the script, the dependency which we install, and some dev dependency as well. and post css and tailwind.config.js, which help us to configure related the tailwind css. Okay, and if you see in the content in the tailwind.config.js, we have the pages, component and app. Okay, and in this particular content only tailwind css is applicable. Okay, if you are creating new folder and you want to apply tailwind css into that particular files in that particular folder, you have to make sure that you will define it here. Okay, perfect. Now let's run the application. Now go to the terminal. Okay, and here click on new terminal. So at the bottom you will find the terminal open here. Right now here just type a command npm run dev. Okay, and click enter. Now it will run the application, and if you see, it open the port localhost 3000. Okay, and just click open this particular port. Okay, and if you see, our port is open. Okay, now what you can do, go to this page.json. Okay, and if you see, whatever content is written inside this page.json is getting rendered on the screen. Okay, so let me decrease the screen size so you will see it side by side. Okay, let me close this, and if you see, it's saying get started by editing. If I remove this code, okay, and we'll say subscribe to tubeguruji, and guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe and save it. So instantly it's changed to subscribe to tubeguruji. Okay, see, it's very beautiful, right? Now obviously we don't need this particular code, so I will just select everything and remove this code. Okay, and instead of that, I will add simple div and will say home and save it. And if you see, we got only home as a text. But if you see, we are getting this the gradient lines. Okay, in order to remove that one, go to the global.css, and here you can just remove this line of code and save it. And if you see, now all the css which we don't want it, we removed it. Okay, perfect. So guys, this is how we can create the Next.js application and the way to run the application as well. Let's talk about the folder structure. Okay, and how we are going to use the folder structure, how to navigate and how to use route and everything. Okay, so first thing, if you see, right now we are at the localhost 3000, right? And this is the page.js is getting rendered. Okay, and when we call this on, or we are in this particular default route, right, our page.js is rendered inside this children. Okay, so in this layout.js, all the page is getting rendered here. Okay, now if for example, if you want to go to this slash called dashboard, okay, for example like this, right now if I entered, it's saying the 404 and the page is not found. Okay, now there are multiple way to do it. First thing, let's go inside this app folder and click this particular folder, and the folder name you can give it like dashboard. Okay, whatever the root you want or a root name you want to give, that name you can give it to the folder. Okay, and then you have to add page.js like this. Okay, and add the default template. Now if you see, right, I'm adding this rfc and click enter, I'm getting this default template. Okay, obviously I'm going to change this function name to some meaningful name. Okay, I will paste it here and I will give text as a dashboard. Okay, and this VS Code extension will help you to do it. Okay, so let me increase the size of this one. And if you see the ES7 plus React Redux, React Native, this particular extension you need to install. Along with that one, you have to install one more extension called Tailwind CSS. Okay, as we are going to use Tailwind CSS in this application, this Tailwind CSS will give you auto suggestion. Okay, once you start typing, and this is very helpful. So we'll get to know. Okay, so make sure that both extension you install. Now if you see, you have this dashboard. Okay, and now if I click on this one, right now if you see, our path is localhost 3000 dashboard, and if you see, we got the dashboard as well. Okay, so this is how you can route it. Now another way, or in order to organize your folder structure for the application, right, you can do few different way, right? Let me trash this one, and inside this app folder I will create a new folder, and I will write like groups, something like this. Okay, anything, you can give any meaningful name. For example, I will give home. okay. And whenever you define the name of the folder inside these brackets, right, this will not consider as a route, okay. This is very important, so make sure or note down this one, okay. Then I will again inside that I will create another route, or we can call it as a routes, okay, something like this. And in order to make it, you can make it small, it doesn't matter, okay. And now inside the route, okay, now you can create a different route. Now in this case, if I want to create a dashboard, I'll create a dashboard, and inside that obviously you have to write page.js file, okay. And now you can add the default template and add the dashboard name here, okay. And now save it, and if you see, the dashboard is coming, okay. So if I try to go to the localhost/home, obviously it will say page not found, because we defined this folder name inside the bracket, and then it will not consider as a route, okay. So only when you are defining the folder name plainly, the name of the folder without any brackets or something like that, then it will consider as a route, otherwise it's not, okay. Now another thing inside this one, right, inside the home folder you can define the layout folder, okay, layout.js. And if I define like this, okay, so I will call it as a home layout, okay. And copy this, paste here, and the name, and save it, okay. Now if I define this home layout, okay, and let's go to the dashboard now, and if you see right now it's rendering home layout, okay. But if you pass the prop as a children like this, right, oops, sorry, here, and inside I will write the children here and save it. Now if you see, the dashboard is getting rendered, okay. So whatever the route we define inside this home folder, it rendered inside this layout.js, and in this case it will use the layout and not this layout. So this is very important, okay. And make sure that you understand this routing functionality, how we structurize the folder, everything. Obviously if you are facing any trouble to understand it, don't worry, while developing the application one by one, we will create the route and folder, then you will get a better understanding of this one, okay. So now in the next section we are going to add the sidebar, and before that, okay, let's add the Clerk authentication, and then we'll go to this sidebar, okay. In order to add the authentication in our application, we are going to use Clerk, okay. So Clerk is a free authentication service provided, okay, and it's very easy to use, and with the minimal code, okay, you can implement social authentication, email authentication, phone authentication, and so on, okay. So if you don't have account, create a new account and then click on the dashboard, okay. So once you're in the application, you can create a new application by clicking add application, and here you can give the application name. So in this case we can give LMS, tubeguruji LMS, okay, guruji LMS. Then you can enable the authentication which you want, right. So I enable email address, you can enable Google, and if you see, right, you have plenty more options like Facebook, Apple, GitHub, okay. You can enable, for example, if I want to enable Facebook, you can enable Facebook, and this is how it looks on the screen, okay. Now let's click on create application, and then boom, you are on this particular Clerk dashboard page, okay, where you will see this the publisher key and the secret key, okay. And if you are using Next.js, you can just copy this line of code, okay. If you are using React or some other platform, just copy it. So right now let's copy this both this particular code, okay, and you have to put it inside this .env.local file, okay. So let me go here, and inside this root folder we create a new folder called env.local, okay, and paste these two keys like this, okay, and save it. Now you can just say continue in docs, okay. So it will go to this Clerk Next.js documentation, where it will give all the steps to install or to set up the Clerk, okay. So we will follow one by one, okay, so we'll understand it. So first thing, let me close this one, okay, and open the terminal, okay, and obviously add new terminal here like this. Okay, now first thing you have to install the Clerk /Next.js. So copy this line of command and just paste it here like this. Okay, then you have to add the environment keys. We already added in the .env.local, so we'll skip this step. Then you have to wrap your app inside the Clerk provider. Okay, so if you scroll down, we have this Clerk provider here. Okay, and if you see inside this app/layout.tsx, obviously we are not using tsx, we are using jsx, but doesn't matter. And here we have to wrap all the code inside the Clerk provider. Okay, so copy this and let me close this terminal now, and then go to this layout.js file. Okay, so here we have to wrap it like this. Okay, and then make sure to import this Clerk provider from the next/js. Okay, see, if you see this one. Okay, next scroll down, and then you will see that we have to create a new file called middleware.ts inside the root directory, and then let's add the root directory like this, and inside that we have to paste this code. Okay, I will tell you how and why we want this middleware. Okay, it's for extra authentication, and then if you want to avoid authentication for certain page, you can add it here. So I will tell you how to do it. Okay, so right now in layout.ts we got one error, so let's see what's the error. I don't know, let me. Okay, so obviously we have to end the tag and then import the statement and save it. Okay, then if you scroll down, then we have to embed this button. Not necessary, but just in order to check whether we'll log in successfully, I will copy this button inside the page.js. I will add this button. Okay, and make sure to import the statement. Okay, and save it. Now scroll down, and that's all. Okay, now if I go to the localhost 3000, okay, so let's go to 3000. So we got one error. Okay, we got the error because we closed the server actually. Okay, so let's close everything, go to the terminal, new terminal, and here just type npm run dev, and obviously our server is running now. Let's refresh the screen, and if you see, now our code is running. And obviously if I try to open the localhost 3000, it's redirecting me to the sign in page, because we wrap our content in the Clerk provider, and without authentication it's not allow us to go to this particular page. Okay, but if you see the URL, right, it's giving us some Clerk their own URL, right, and we obviously don't want like that. So what we have to do, let's go to this Clerk documentation again, and here if you scroll down, you can click on this next step called create custom sign up and sign in page. Okay, so here you can create your own sign in sign up page. Okay, so what you can do, you have to, inside this first step, right, we have to create some folders, and inside that we have to create this page.tsx. Okay, so now what we can do, inside this app folder we create a new folder, and we can call is auth. Okay, obviously it is not route again. Okay, this is just to organize the application. Okay, and inside that we'll create a sign up and sign in page. Now obviously it's very irritating to create a folder one by one, so what you can do, just copy this whole path. Okay, and then inside this one click on this file and paste your code. Okay, and we are not using TypeScript, so we'll change to JSX and click it like this. Okay, and if you see, the file is created. Now obviously paste this line of code here. Okay, and save it. Obviously same way we have to create our sign in, so copy this line of code, go to this authentication, click on this file and change to tsx to jsx. Okay, and then paste this line of code and save it. And next step, obviously you have to add this environment variable. Okay, so copy this one, go to this .env.local, and after this I will add this 4 line of code. Okay, see, and now save everything. Now let's go back to our page called localhost 3000, and if you see, now you will see the sign in sign up page without any URL. Okay, and this is your custom URL, custom sign in sign up page. Okay, and this is how it works. Now interesting part here, right? Now even if consider you have one page, okay, let's create a new page and we can call it as, for example, dashboard. Okay, and inside that I will create a page.tsx, sorry, jsx actually. I'll just rename this, and here I will add the default template. We can call it as a dashboard. Okay, and save it. Now even though if I try to go to the localhost dashboard, it will redirect me to the sign in. Okay, and once I sign in, obviously I can go to this dashboard. Okay, so let's sign in with some Google account, and then once I sign in, it will redirect me to the dashboard page. See, okay, and obviously I can go back to 3000 as well. Okay, and if you remember, we added this user button where you will see this icon. Okay, that's the user profile icon. If I click on it, you will see the option to sign out the manage account like this. And okay, if you click on manage account, you will see the bunch of different option. Okay, how cool it is. That's the reason we use the Clerk. Okay, now another thing, obviously we'll sign it from here. Okay, and if I try to go to the dashboard, obviously it asks me authentication. But what if you don't want to add authentication to that page? Okay, and that's where this middleware.ts play an important role. Okay, so inside here you can just define inside this auth middleware, you have to define the public routes. Okay, and this whatever the route you define here, it will be accessible without authentication. So in this case, for example, if I define the dashboard and save it, okay, and let's go to the dashboard now it will not ask you the authentication, right? And you can access it directly. And obviously this is very helpful, and obviously we are going to use in our application. Okay, so obviously once user log in on our application, you don't need to give the or you don't need to give the sign in compulsory at the first time. But if you want to access some certain pages, obviously you need to sign in for the application, and that's how you can manage or control on your pages the authentication and everything. Okay, so I hope you understand this particular everything. You understand this, how to install the Clerk, how to set up, how to add the public route so that you don't need to give authentication to certain page, and how to integrate it in our application. Okay, so that's all for this section. Next section we are going to use the develop the header section and this sidebar section as well. So let's go to that particular section. So now we are going to implement the sidebar and header. Okay, and whenever user come on our application, right, user don't need to log in at the very first time, and on that particular screen will show all the courses list as well as the sidebar and the header. Okay, and obviously that don't need to log into the user to view that particular page. Okay, so first of all, let's go to this app folder, and inside the app folder I will create a new folder and I can call it as a home. Okay, so I will call inside bracket like this one. Okay, and inside that I will create a new folder again called routes. Okay, and let's add the layout as well, layout page, so layout.js like this. Okay, and add the default template. Let's change this name to home layout. Okay, like this, and save it. Now obviously you need to add some page call. We can say inside the route we can call it as a browse. Okay, so in order to browse the content, for that one we will create a new page. Sorry, we need to create the folder first. Okay, so let's add a folder inside the route directory. Okay, so before that let me increase the size so you can see it properly. Okay, I don't know why. And inside the routes we will add a new folder called dashboard. Okay, so it need to be big small, and inside that I'll create a page.js. X, you can give anything. Okay, so JSX stand for JavaScript XML. Okay, and add the default template. I will change to this browse, something like this. Oh, sorry, browse and browse. Okay, and obviously in order to render this page inside the layout.js, okay, so home layout, obviously, which is our home layout, you have to add the proper either children and render here it as a children. Okay, and save it. And if I go back to this page, localhost 3000 / browse, and right now obviously it's asking us for the authentication. So in the middleware.ts we can add the as a public URL. Okay, so you don't need to require the authentication to access this particular page. Okay, and if you see, oh sorry, browse, we gave the incorrect name. I want to give name as a browse actually. Okay, and now if you see, it's coming as a browse. Okay, now let's add the components. Okay, because sidebar is a one component, and you can obviously create a new folder here and you can call it as a component. Okay, but what we can do in this particular course, inside the home folder, okay, we can create a new folder. Okay, and we can start the folder name with the underscore, and then we can call it as a components. Okay, so whatever the folder name, if you define start with the underscore, that will not consider as a route. Okay, so that's the reason we can give the underscore and the name of the folder, and inside that we can call it as sidebar nav.jsx. Okay, add the default template by typing rfc, and if you see, the template is created, and save it. Now this template we gonna add inside the layout.js. Okay, so you don't need to change this or sidebar every time, or you don't need to render it. Okay, so this is inside one div. I will add the sidebar. Oh, let me save this one. Sidebar name, I don't know why it's not imported. Let's import it. Import sidebar name, right? Now from component / sidebar name, and save it. Okay, and let's see, and if you see, the sidebar name is showing on the screen now, the text whatever we have inside this sidebar name. Okay, now if I obviously change to something else, for example, and if you see, it's changed immediately. Now here let's add the logo first. Okay, so I already have a logo inside this public folder, okay, which in the form of svg. You can add png, whatever you want, and I will access this same logo over here. Okay, so let's go to sidebar name, and inside here you can define image. Okay, and if you see this image, we are going to import it from the next/image. Okay, then we have to add source, and source you can directly access, because we keep the source in the public folder, so you can directly access by using / and the name of the file. Okay, so in this case is svg. Then you have to give the alt name. You can give the alt name as a logo. The width I can give as a 170. The height will give as a 100, and save it. And if you see, the logo is showing on the screen. Okay, now inside this layout.js, right, for this div I will add some styling. Okay, so we'll add the class name, and obviously we are going to use Tailwind css. Okay, so we can say height I want to be full. Okay, and if you see, right, you'll get the suggestion like this, say immediately, because we already installed the Tailwind css extension. That's the reason, very useful. Okay, then we want the width to be 64. Okay, and if you don't know how to write this code, right, you can anytime you can go to the Tailwind css documentation and you can find it easily. Now if I hover any of these particular Tailwind css classes, you will see the respective css class. Okay, so in this case, if I write the width 64, which equivalent to the width 60 rem or 256 pixel, okay, if I write in the css, then you can make flex column, okay, because we want to show all the item one after another. Then obviously this particular sidebar will be fixed. Then we'll get insert y0 and then z to be 15 and save it. Okay, like this. Now we have this logo here, right? So let's go to this sidebar nav. Okay, and let me go to this sidebar nav and let me wrap this div inside this, sorry, the image inside this div. And then here I will give class name. I will say padding of 5 and border at the bottom. Okay, like this, and save it. Okay, now for this div I will add the class name, and I will add height to be full, background to be white. I want border at the right. Okay, sorry. Then we'll add flex to be column, and the overflow y auto. Okay, and shadow, maybe you can add the shadow medium and save it. And if you see, we got the beautiful sidebar. Okay, and like this. Okay, make sure this all the class name is correct. Okay, now we have this beautiful sidebar. Okay, next we need to define the some list of menu. Okay, and in order to use the icon in our application, I am going to use listed icon. Okay, and this is a very beautiful icon, and the icon will be consistent in application. That's the reason I'm going to use lucid. It has a lot of icons. If you see, right, you can search it from. And in order to install this one, just click on get started and click installation. Okay, now if you are using the React, obviously this is the command to install this one. Okay, so go to the npm. If you are using npm, copy this command and open the terminal. Okay, so let's go open the terminal, and once it's installed, then you can ready to use. Okay, now let's add the menu list. Okay, so I will add the menu list here. Okay, like this, and you can define id1. Then we'll define the name called browse. Then I will add icon as a search, and if I type the search, you will see the option. Okay, so in this case, if search, and it's importing from the lucid React. Okay, then I will add the path. Okay, so path will be /browse. Okay, and I will copy this one and paste it for the, and I will obviously will write some other menu like dashboard. And this is how I added all this remaining menu. Okay, just change id to 1 2 3 4. Okay, so I have the browse, dashboard, the upgrade to add the plan and newsletter. Now let's iterate this menu one by one in order to show it on the screen. Okay, so after this div, I will add another div, and in order to iterate this one, right, you can write menu list, which is our list of these particular menus. Then dot map. Okay, and I will give the item like this, the arrow function like this. Okay, we'll add the index which hold 0 1 2 3 value. Okay, depends on the number of item inside this menu list. And here I will add button. Okay, and inside here, first thing, let's add the h2 tag and print the name of the icon. So I will say name of this menu, so item dot name, and save it. And if you see, we are getting browser, dashboard, upgrade, newsletter, like this. Okay, so obviously we want to show it as a flex inside the column, right? So you can just map class name, make flex column, and see, this is how it looks. So right now, if you see, right, we added this button, right? Let's change this to div actually, so we'll get the text at the left side like this. Okay, and obviously before that one we'll also need to add the icon, so you can just define like this, item dot icon. Okay, and close the tag and save it, and if you see, we got the icon as well. Okay, now for this div we want the icon and then name, so I will add the class name, make it flex. Okay, and save it, and it will be in one line. Obviously by default it will flex will be in the row. Okay, then let's do gap of maybe 2. Okay, item to be in the center and save it. Then let's add some styling like padding of 4. Okay, and padding X I will add the 6 like this, so beautifully it's looking, right? Then I will change the text color to gray, maybe 500. Okay, and on hover, okay, we'll add the hover effect, so you have to just type hover colon and then whatever the styling you want to apply once you hover the mouse pointer on this one, right? So on hover you can just say background change to gray 100. Okay, and if you see, right, if I hover on this one, the background changes. Okay, but if you see the pointer is not correct, so you can change the pointer, so you just say cursor pointer like this and save it. Now if you see, the cursor is changed to cursor pointer, and if I hover it, it's showing the beautiful background gray color. Okay, now if I click on any of this one, right, you have to change some color and you want to apply some styling, right? And obviously it's a custom styling you need to apply, right? So first thing you have to let me close this one, and we will hold the click event, right, and we will add one state called active index comma set active index to store the value. Okay, and obviously it's this is the use state inbuilt React hook, okay, which help us to store value. Now active index will hold the value and set active index will help us to store the value, to set the value, right? It's like getter setter. Now save this one. Okay, now if you see, as soon as I save, I define this use state and save it, you got the error, and it's saying the use state is only used on the client side. So to make this component as a client side, you have to write use client like this at the top of this file and save it, and now if you see, the error is gone. Next, what we can do for this div, right, we will add the on click method. Okay, and the arrow function like this, and on the click of this particular menu, you have to set the value of the index, so we'll say set active index, and then here you have to write the index number. Okay, so this is the index number we are using, like 0 1 2 3, and save it, right? So as soon as I click on this one, it saved the value. Now the question is how to customizely apply the styling to that particular active menu. Okay, so to do that, we can wrap this class, all the class name inside the curly braces and this particular code. Okay, and remove this single quote. Okay, and then you have to write $, and double quote you have to write the condition. So in this case I will say active index is equal to index, right? Means the active index value and the current index value is matches, then you can apply some styling, otherwise will show null. Okay, so let's apply some styling when the active index is matching with the index. So we can say background need to change to purple 50, and then and then we'll add the text of color purple, and I will do 500, maybe 800, and save it. Okay, and if you see the active index, so if I click on this dashboard, it's changed, see. Okay, now obviously if I refresh it, right, by default we want to show the browse as the default index, so you just pass use state as a default value as a 0, and if I click refresh it, right, see default value showing as a browse which is active. If I click on dashboard, it's showing dashboard. Okay, so this is how easily we implemented this sidebar. Okay, now another point here, once the screen size is smaller, you can hide this sidebar as well. Okay, so to do that, right, let's go to the layout.js, and here I will add the hidden. Okay, and save it. And if as soon as I type hidden, right, you see the sidebar is gone. But we can write the condition where if the screen size is medium or larger, then show this sidebar. So you can add the medium, okay, like this, if the screen size is medium, and then you can apply, you can say that now show the particular sidebar or show the flex mode, okay, display as a flex mode, and save it. Right now the screen size is smaller, it's not showing, but as soon as I increase the screen size, see the layout is changed immediately. If I decrease the screen size, right, as soon as I touch it, the screen size resolution as a small, it decreases the screen size, see, okay. So that's the reason, and this is how easily we can implement or hide the particular sidebar. Obviously we are going to implement the mobile view of menu as well later on in this particular course, but for now what I will do, I don't want to hidden this particular sidebar because we want to showing side by side, and that's the reason we want that sidebar to show it. Okay, perfect. Now in the next section we are going to show the or develop the header section. Let's implement the header. So in order to implement the header, let's create a new component inside this underscore components folder, and we can call it as a header.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Okay, now we have the header component. Now add this header component inside the layout.js, because the header component will be constant throughout the application. Okay, so here we will add header like this. Oops, sorry, the header. Okay, and let's import this header. Okay, so let me increase the size, copy, oops, sorry, and we change to this header and save it. Now if you see, let me refresh the screen. Okay, so it needs to be header here, and right now if you see, right, we are not able to see this header text, right, because the header text is way behind this sidebar, right, and if you see this width of this particular header, sorry, the sidebar was 64, right. So what we can do for this header, we can do class name margin left to 64 like this. Okay, and if you see, now the header is showing on the screen. Okay, now inside this header we are gonna add the user's login in credential, right. If user button is there, then we will show it, otherwise we will show the login text. Okay, but before that, let me put something, for example header here, and here we'll give some padding and some styling. Okay, so we'll add some class name, so we'll add padding of 5, then we'll add border at bottom. Okay, then we'll add, sorry, the margin left we already added, we add the flex. Okay, and save it. So if you see, we've got the border. Let's try to increase the border, something like this. Okay, now we have to add the input text here and login text here. Okay, so we'll add one search bar. So inside this I'll create another component called search bar.jsx, add the default template, save it, and import this search bar here, search bar. Okay, now obviously you have to import it. Sometimes you'll get the suggestion, sometimes not. If you are not getting suggestion, yeah, make sure to import it. Okay, from component / search bar, and save it. Now we have the search bar. So inside the search bar, let's add the search icon first here. So we'll add search, something like, and make sure to import it from the Lucid React, and then input field of type is equal to text. Okay, we'll add the placeholder called search course and end the tag. Now if you save it, you see we got this search icon, right. Now we have this outline and everything. Now what I will do, let's apply the styling to this search bar. So for this div, give the class name, make it flex, then make gap of 3. Okay, then we'll add the text of 14 pixel. Okay, then I will add item to be in the center. okay, and save it. Okay, also we'll add the border, okay, and we'll give padding and rounded corner to be empty, something like this. Okay, then we'll add background of gray color of 50 and text of gray color of maybe 500 and save it. Okay, now if you see, right, here you will see the white color because we need to make this input field as a transparent, right? So add the class name and you can make it background to be transparent like this. Okay, also I don't want outline. When I click on this one, say outline none, and if you see, our search bar is ready. Okay, you can change this icon size. Okay, so you just need to provide the height, so just give the height, the height, and we can say for example 17, something like this. Perfect. Okay, now here we need to show the login button, right? So go to this our header section again, and here I will add h2 tag and we'll say login and save it. Okay, now make this item to be in the center and also justify between, so it will be at the end, something like this. Okay, and what I will do, I will wrap this h2 tag inside the div. Okay, otherwise, okay, keep as it is, that's fine, and save it. And if I refresh the screen, now the login is showing. Now another important thing, right, if user is login, then you will need to show the user button icon here. Okay, so right now obviously we are not logging, it's not showing, and it will show as a login. Okay, and what you can do, let me change this to button so it will be a clickable. Okay, something like this. Okay, see, and if we have the user button, right, then we can show the user button, so user button, and save it. Right, obviously user button will not display here because we don't have the user button, but now you can write the condition. Okay, so let's define a constant, and here we can call user is equal to user use user. Okay, and if you see, this use user hook is importing from the Clerk / Next.js. Okay, and this will return the user's information. For example, if I console this user okay, and if you see that user cannot be used in the server side, so let's make this component as a client side, so just say use client. Okay, and now let me go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and let me clean this up. Obviously here let's call this inside the use effect method. Okay, so if you don't know about the use effect, so use effect is the inbuilt hook inside the React. Okay, and this use effect will call for every instance of the application, right? So every time when you define something like this, it will get called infinite time. Okay, but to avoid this and you want to execute this particular block of code only once, you can define it as a, you can pass it as an empty array, and now it will execute only once. Okay, and now save it, and if you see, we are getting null, right, because we don't have anything. But also you can define this, or you can execute this use effect when the user is login, something like this, and user. Okay, something like this. Now I can write the condition, if user is not there, then obviously show the login button, otherwise show the user button. Okay, so there needs to be a question mark like this. If user is login, show the button, otherwise show user button like this. Okay, and save it. Now right now if you see, it's showing the text login. Okay, but now for example, if I go to this 30,000 and login, right, now obviously it's showing home, but let's go to the browse now, and right now you show the user button is showing and the login text is not showing anymore. Okay, and if I go to the inspect panel, let's see what we are getting inside this login, because we console the user, right? And if you see the 8 number, right, here you will find bunch of different things, right? For example, if you want the user first name, the full name, even though you can get the user email address as well. If it has phone number, you will get the phone number, everything, each and every information you can get it once the user login. Okay, and now with the help of this condition, we also showing the user whether it's a login or not. Okay, and if it's login, then show the user button, otherwise just show the text. Okay, for example, now if I sign out, and if you see, Let me go back to the login/browser, and now it's showing the login text only. Okay, so this is how easily you can implement the header as well. Now another thing is, if I click on this button, right, we need to show the login screen, right, the Clerk login UI, right? So what we can do to this button, we can add the on click method, right? So we can say on click of this button login, we want to call or we want to navigate to the login screen, right? So for that one, in order to navigate from one screen to other screen, you have to use the router. So you can add a constant router is equal to use router. Okay, and obviously this router right now, if you see, right, by default is importing from the next/router, but in the Next.js 13 we want to import this use router from the next/navigation like this. Okay, and now you can use this router, okay, because we defined the router here like this, constant router and use router as a hook, and then you can push, you can write push, and then you can give the path of the sign in page, and in this case is /sign in. Okay, and that's what we have in the authentication, if you see, right, sign in or sign up. So and save it. Okay, now if I click on this login button, it will navigate to this login screen, and now you can log in with the any social authentication. Okay, and then you can go to this our browser, and if you see, you are getting the user profile with the login icon, means it means the user is logged into the our application. Okay, so I hope you understand this particular section, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Let's add the category filter. Okay, so when I say category filter, it will look like this. So it has an option, and whenever you click something, right, for example, if you click on this React.js, then automatically whatever the courses we have below of this, right, it will filter out with this selection of the category. Okay, so this particular section we are going to build now in this particular section. So let's go back to our VS Code, and over here inside the home components, we get a new component, and we can call it as a category filter dot jsx. Okay, add the default template and save it. Now make sure to add this particular component inside the browse, right? So here we have the browse right now, and over here we'll add this component. Okay, and make sure to import it as well. So I will import this one from component / category filter. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, refresh it, and if you see, right, it's not showing anything because whatever the information we kept, right, it go behind this particular sidebar, right? So to fix it, inside the layout, right, you can wrap this div, and this children, you have to wrap it like this. Okay, and you can need to give margin. Okay, if you see the sidebar width is 64, right, so obviously we need to give margin left to 64 and save it. And if you see, now our category filter is showing on the screen. Okay, also I will give padding here, so I will add padding of 5. Okay, and yeah, this will look like this. Okay, next let's go back to category filter, and here I will add some few categories. Okay, so let's add that category. So I will write constant, we'll say filter options is equal to id 1, then we'll give name as all, the default one. Okay, value I will give all, then another one id of 2, the name I will give React.js, and then value. So this value I will tell you later on this particular course why we are going to use it. Okay, and I added the remaining one as well. Okay, now we have to iterate this list one by one. Okay, so inside this category filter, let's add the filter option dot map and the arrow function. Okay, I will also add index as well, like this. Okay, inside this you can add div, okay, or you can add button, and obviously you have to add the key as an index. Okay, so otherwise you will see the warning or error message inside the console. So whenever you are iterating something, right, the the parent, whatever the component you have, right, you have to add the tag you have to add the key at the unique key, right? So in this case obviously index is unique, you can index, or even though you can add this id, so you can say item.id and it will assign it to the key. Now inside this one, let's add the h2 tag and let's say item.name. Okay, and save it. Now if you go back to our application, see, it's showing like this. Okay, now let's apply some styling to this one. So first thing, let's add class name, make it flex, then give gap of 5 maybe, and for this button let's add class name and we can say border. Okay, then we can say padding of 2, padding x to 4. Okay, then we can say text, we can change to 12 pixel. So if you see, right, this I'm adding this bracket. Okay, if you I did not explain before, let me explain now, that whenever I'm adding this bracket, it means we are adding the customs value to the given Tailwind css class property. Okay, so that's the reason you can give it like this. Otherwise you have option for the text like small or large, something like this. Okay, so you can use that one as well. Not on hover, let me before that we'll say border the rounded corner, so it's gonna be md, and save it and let's see how it looks. Perfect. Okay, now let's add some hover effect. So on hover I need to add the border to be purple. Okay, we'll make 800 and we'll make font semi bold like this. Okay, and save it. Now if I hover on this one, see, the border color is changed to dark purple color. Okay, now we obviously, if I click this one, right, we need to make it active button. So we will I will create one state constant, will say active index comma set active index is equal to use state. Okay, and initially we will set it as a 0, so 0 element which is our all will be active. So here obviously you can wrap this in a curly braces and then this code. Okay, I'll remove this one and here I will write the condition. So active index is equal to index, then you can write the condition, otherwise don't apply any styling. So here I can write, for example, if the active index is there, we can say border be purple 800, and then we can also add the background to be purple. Okay, purple maybe 50 and the text purple 800 like this, and save it. If I go back, if you see, right, we got the error that use state you are using, and that because of that this component we have to make as a use client. Okay, so at the client side, and if you see now this one is active. Obviously if I click it, right, nothing is happen because we did not add the on click method. So for this button you can add the on click method, and inside this on click method we will set the active index value and like this, and we pass the index one. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back, let's click this one and see, perfect, it's working fine, right? On hover I will add one more property here. So on hover I will add the background gray pg, it need to be hover background gray maybe 50, and perfect like this. Okay, now our category filter is ready. Okay, obviously we will add the logic, whatever the logic we need it later on, but for now the UI part for this filter option is ready. Okay, next we are gonna learn about the Hygraph. We will integrate Hygraph in our application. Also we will learn how to set up the Hygraph and so on. Okay, And guys, if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. You can also join my channel by supporting me, or you can buy a coffee to me. Okay, so guys, see you in the next section. For our application, we are going to use Hygraph as our backend, okay, which is one of the best CMS currently available. And you don't need to be on any server, or you don't need to deploy this Hygraph CMS on any server, because Hygraph is already deployed on their own server, so you can use it existing one. Okay, and it's completely free. If you go to the pricing, and if you see, right, it's free forever. And if you have startup or small business, you can use it without paying any penny. Okay, so it's completely free. And if you don't know, never use, don't worry, because we are going to set up and integrate with our application completely from scratch. So first thing, go to this hygraph.com and then create a new account if you don't have. Okay, once you create an account, you will see this the starting page, okay, where you can create a new application. So here you can just add a new project, give the project name. So in this case, I will give LMS system, and you can give description. You can select the region where you want to deploy. So in this case, I'm in US, right? So I will put the nearest region, okay, and click add project. So it will take few seconds to deploy, or to ready to make our project ready. So we'll wait for a few seconds. And if you see, our project is ready now. If you see, right, this is the dashboard, and here you can see how much use or uses you did it, okay, for your application. And it's plenty more. So obviously, if you have small startup or small business, this free tier is more than sufficient. Okay, now on the left hand side, if you see, right, we have the schema section, then content section, assets, API playground, right? Inside this schema section, where we are going to create a form which help us to store, and it will automatically create the API for us as well. Inside the content, we will obviously in this section we will add the record. Okay, if you want to add 10 different courses, you can add it from here. And obviously, whatever the schema you created, that type of content, you can add it. In the assets folder, you will upload the videos, images, or files, a lot of things. Okay, and in API playground, you will actually create the API. You will see in the GraphQL how the API will create, how the query is written, and that you can use it. Okay, obviously I will teach you everything. Now let's try one schema. Okay, so here if you see, by default we have these two schema, which is system schema, and you cannot delete that one. Okay, then we have this component section. This component section are predefined set, and that can be reused. Okay, and obviously we are going to create a component as well for our courses. Then we have remote sources and enumeration. It likes this enumeration. It likes if you have 10 categories or 10 tags which you want to connect to the particular record. In that case, you have to define it here. Okay, let's create a simple model here. Okay, and we can call it as a course list. And here is something, right? You can add description if you want. This is the API ID, API plural ID. Okay, and just click add model. So it will take few seconds to add the model, and we'll wait for a few seconds. And if you see, the model is created. Now on the left hand side, you will see bunch of different type of field, right? We have single line text, multi-line, markdown, slug, rich text, and lot of different things. Okay, so you can add in your own form. It's kind of, you are creating a new form. Okay, and which form you can later use to add the record. Let's try to add the single line text, and we can call a name. Okay, obviously this name is like course name. Okay, you can write description, and we can say, okay, use this as a title field. Then in the validation section, you have bunch of different type of validation. Now I want to make this field as a required field. Okay, and you have the advanced validation as well. Okay, obviously if you want to explore more, you can explore it, so that you can learn more. Okay, and now once you're done with all selection and everything, click add. And then once you add this field, this field contains a form. Okay, now let's wait for a few seconds to add this. And if you see, our name field is get added. Now let's add another field. Okay, and we can call it like multi-line text. Okay, we have the markdown editor as well. Let's add the markdown editor. It's like an advanced editor. Okay, so we can say description. Okay, the course description will become here, and let's add that one. Okay, I don't want this field as a required field, and let's add that one. Okay, and see, our field is later. Now you can add the assets as well, right? If you want to add the image or banner, video, right, you can add that one. So let's add asset picker, and you can say banner. Okay, so let's add banner, and let's add this one. Okay, obviously you can make it as a required field as well. And if you see, now we added 3 field. Okay, now let's go in the content section. Okay, here if you see, on the left hand side after schema we have the content. Okay, and then you will see the schema which we created, which is course list, right? And inside that you will see at the right hand side here you will see the add entry button. Okay, now here you can click on it, and then you can add the entry into that. So we can give the course name like React.js FullStack application, something like this. Okay, you can write the description, some sample description. Okay, now you can add the image. So I will go to this app, click on add banner. Now this is the some of the default, not default, but I uploaded some videos here. Okay, but you can upload the new one. Okay, so just click on this upload, and here you can add some banner or something like this, right? So let's add some banner here. Okay, I don't know, I don't have anything or no. So okay, I will add this banner. Okay, and say upload, and then it will upload it. So you don't need to attach any storage network. Okay, the Hygraph provide their own storage, and just you can save it, or you want to save and publish, you can click on that one. So I will save it, and I will publish it. Okay, so right now if you see, this particular image is in draft mode, right? When you are publishing, make sure to click this banner. Okay, so that it will also publish along with your content. And if you see, now our code is published. Okay, our record is published now. Perfect. Now if you go to the asset folder, here you will find all the assets which you uploaded. Okay, so in this case we just uploaded this image, but I have some videos as well which I uploaded. Okay, so obviously we are going to use Hygraph to upload the video, but later in this course I will tell you a different type of options to store your all the videos, because obviously it's very to store the videos, right, on the cloud, it will cost a little bit more. But don't worry, in this course I will tell you how to upload for free completely. Okay, then after assets we have the API playground, and where actually we will obviously we don't need to write anything here. Okay, we just need to select what information field you want on the API side, so that you can use. So in this case, if you see, right, in the course the created ad ID and name is selected. Okay, and if I move down here, I don't know why. Okay, so see the course list. Okay, so inside this course list, you will what you want, you can just select. For example, I want the name. Okay, or we don't want this courses, so I will remove this one. Okay, and then we want the course list, so we want name, then we want publish by, or not by, but let's we want banner, so we'll say banner. In that banner we just want the URL, and the description I want, so I will click description. Okay, so in course list we want this couple of things. Okay, and if you click run, and then see, you will get the result. So in this result you will see the name of the application, the banner and description, and this query will just copy and paste it in our VS code, in our project. Okay, and then obviously once we execute that GraphQL query, you will get this beautiful result. Okay, and that's what you have total control on how you want the JSON object. Okay, so obviously you are completely new in the GraphQL. Don't worry, don't be scared, I will tell you. Okay, once we start developing or integrating the GraphQL. Now I hope you understand this couple of things. Okay, this is the very important things regarding this Hygraph, right? How to create schema, content, assets, and how to write the query. Obviously you just need to select the option which you want to get it as a result. Okay, so Next thing, two more important thing we need to do is to add some dependency. Okay, so if you search for the GraphQL request, here you will find this npm package. Okay, and this npm package, if you run this particular query, it will install the GraphQL, okay, along with this GraphQL request. And this GraphQL request we need to use to fetch this particular result. Okay, and in this GraphQL we will pass this particular query and then you will get the result. Okay, and this is the sample how to use that one. In the next section we will learn about that one, but in meantime what I will do, I will write this course list, the components and the enumeration to create our course list. Okay, and obviously you can just pause this video and then you can check how I created. Okay, and I just created some of the schema, component and enumeration. So if you see here, okay, inside this model I added this course list. Inside this course list we have bunch of different fields. Okay, so which include the media asset file, or which it also include boolean, drop down. Okay, also I added this component. Okay, and if you see here I added this multi if you see on the left hand side, it's called multiple components. Okay, and inside the component I added the name, video ID, video URL and the video. Okay, so you can add multiple times that components. As I say, it's a reusable, and this tags consist of different tags which can attach to this particular course list. Okay, and let me show you the content how I added. So inside this I created one course called React Native Education App. Inside that we have description, I attached the banner, I also inform the number of chapters are included in this particular course, then whether this course is free or not. Okay, so that also defined. Then if you see, right, we have chapter 1 introduction, chapter 2 create app, chapter 3. Okay, and in that one if you see added the name of the chapter and the video. Okay, this video ID and video URL I just kept if we need for some other reason. Okay, and in the later of in this particular course I will tell you why I added this. Okay, but for now we don't need that. And also I attached this different tags called React Native X1 Firebase. Okay, and along with this is the source code, and make sure to publish it, right? So right now I added two different courses. One is to Disney Plus clone and the React Native Education App. So once you get that, right, go to this project setting. Okay, and inside this if you see we have this option inside this called public content API, right? Click on that one and you will see bunch of different API. Okay, and this API can use to add the content, upload API and everything. Okay, below that we have section called public content API, and here you can create your own API with your own permission. Okay, so if I click on add permission, you can give access like read access, you can give the other access as well, but right now only is readable, so I will give the read access only, or maybe let's give the create option as well. Okay, and you can have different option here, and just click add. So once it create add, it will generate one API for us, so we'll wait. Okay, and now you can use this particular API so to create the content. Okay, or to get the content response. So obviously once we start integrating or maybe this Hygraph inside our application, you will understand how to use it. Okay, but I hope you understand this particular section, how to set up the Hygraph. Okay, and how to create the schema, how to add the content and assets and everything. Okay, so in the next section we will integrate this inside our application. We will get the course list from the Hygraph. Okay, and for that one, as I said before, we need to install the GraphQL request. Okay, so make sure to copy this particular command and execute in our application. So I will just paste it in terminal and then it will run it. Next, go here and just copy this content API. Okay, so I just copy this one, go back to our application, and inside this app folder I will create a new folder called _services. Okay, so it will not consider as a the root. Okay, and inside that I will add index.jsx. Okay, here I will add the constant master URL, and then I will paste this particular link. Okay, in double quote. Obviously you can just remove this particular key and then paste it inside .env.local file. Okay, so I will add Hygraph URL is equal to, or maybe key is equal to this one. Okay, and obviously this need to be a next public, so let's add next public underscore, underscore like this. Okay, and then copy this one and paste it here. Next we need to add the GraphQL request. Okay, so if you see this particular documentation, right, this is very easy way to call this one. Okay, so in the same way we are going to call. So once you have this one, right, oops, so here we will write export constant, we'll write method first, and we can call it as a get course list. Okay, the arrow function, and inside that you have to write first, we have to write the query. Okay, is equal to GQL, and this need to be in the same way, right, and make sure it's importing from the GraphQL request. And then you have to write this particular code like this. Okay, and inside this one you have to add the query. Is how to get the query. Now let's go back to Hygraph. Okay, and inside the API playground, here we can get the query. Okay, so right now let's rename the query, so we can call it as a course list. Okay, and then if you scroll down inside the course list, right, so select this course list, and here you can select the required field. For example, in the banner I want the banner URL, so we'll get the banner URL. Then I don't want description actually, but that's fine. Then you can select this free, the name of the chopped course, then ID, then what else, we don't want chapter at the moment, but let's see. Okay, so we can select the author, we can select the chapter as well. So let's find for chapter, not chapter but total chapters. Okay, and tag. So this much field we can select it. Okay, and if you see, this is our query generated. Now if you try to run it, make sure everything is running properly, you are getting expected result as well. Okay, now copy this particular query, do Ctrl+C and go back to our application and paste it here like this, and that's all, your GraphQL is ready. Okay, now only thing you need to do now, you need to put a request. So you can write constant result to get the result, right? So let's await is equal to request, and make sure to import from this GraphQL request, and here we have to pass master URL comma query. Okay, like this. So we are using await, make this function as a async. Okay, and save it. Now our get course list API is ready. Okay, with this GraphQL. Now let's go back to our browse route. Okay, so here we have the browse route. Inside the page.jsx, we're gonna call this particular get course list API. So here I will write method called get courses is equal to, and here we can call get course list. So let's import this first. So import, let me copy this name, get course list from, and then you obviously need to give path. Okay, so it is in the services/index. Okay, and then call this method get course dot, obviously this is a promise, so use then, and then we will just console the response. Okay, so and let's call this get course inside the use effect. Okay, only once. So whenever this component get load, this get course will get called. Okay, so that's the reason I pass it as an empty array, and then add the get call this get course like this. Okay, now let's go back to our application, and if right now if we are getting error, to make sure that this component is at the client side, so make it as a use client and save it. Now so it's saying next public Hygraph key is not defined, So we did a small mistake here. So here we have to write process.env.nextPublic. Okay, and go to the inspect panel. Let's see what's the error we are getting. So here let's see what's the issue. So in index.jsx we did not return the value, so just return result like this and save it. Let's go back to application, and if you see, we got the course list, and inside that we have 2 courses which we added in the Hygraph. Okay, and if you see, it includes all these field called authors, the banner, whether it's a free or not, the ID, name, tag, and the total chapter. Okay, so I hope you understand this one, and you learn how to integrate the Hygraph inside the our application, and we easily call the GraphQL query. Okay, as I told you, the GraphQL is not difficult and very easy to use. Okay, you already have the query which we get it from the Hygraph, and obviously you can add it a lot of more field if you needed. You just need to update this query. Okay, perfect. Now in the next section we are gonna show the list of courses on the UI. Now once we have this all the course list, right, we will save it in our one state. So here we can call constant courses comma set courses is equal to use state. Okay, and initially it will be empty, and over here we will set the value, okay, as a set course. But if you check the response, right, our response contains the course list. Okay, and inside that we have the list, right? So we have to write like course list. Okay, make sure the name is lists, so S. Okay, and save it. Another thing, now we'll create a new component in order to display the list of courses. Okay, so what we can do, inside the browse folder I will create a new folder, and we can call component. So whatever the components related to this browse, we'll keep it here. Okay, so along with this category we will just move it into this underscore component folder. Okay, and just say move and update the import. Okay, so you have to click yes, so it will update the import wherever we use this category filter. Okay, and save it. Make sure everything is running as expected. Let me refresh the screen, and if you see, we are not getting any error and everything is running as expected. Now let me go back here inside the component folder, and here we create a new file and we can call it course list.jsx. Okay, and add the default template like this and save it. Make sure to add this course list inside the page.jsx where we already have the category filter. So here we will add the course list as well like this. Okay, and just import the statement. So we'll add import, say course list from, and then we'll get from this component like this and save it. Make sure you are getting course list. So right now we got one error. So this is because we defined this in a curly braces. It's a component. Okay, so it will be like this, and if you see, we got the name course list now. Okay, now let's go to the course list. Very first thing, I will give some padding here. I will add the padding of 5, and now here we'll start writing the code. So if you see, right, we added the padding here in the category filter as well. We added the, we did not, I don't know whether we added it or not, but we can directly add the class name padding of 5, something like this. Okay, but as we are in the course list and we want the padding to this course list, so let's, instead of padding, we'll just add margin top to 5 because we already have the padding. Okay, perfect. Now from this page.jsx we have the course list, right? And now we need to pass these courses into this course list, right? And in order to pass any value to this child component is very easy. So here you have to give the name courses is equal to and the value which you want to pass. So in this case is courses. Okay, save this one, and now go to the course list, and inside the course list you have to accept it as a props here like this. Okay, now what happened, whatever the value you have in this courses, right, you are passed it to the course list. Okay, but one more important thing, if you run this, because we are fetching data from the server, right, it will take some millisecond or second to get the data, right, and in the meantime obviously this course will return nothing once we load very at the initial time. Okay, once we run this or open this component, the course value will be empty. Okay, so what we can do, we can write the condition, if course value is there, then only show the course list, otherwise show null. Okay, and then save it. Now go to the course list, and now we have the courses. Now what we can do, we can just iterate this courses. So we can type map course comma index and the arrow function like this. Okay, and inside that I will add div. Okay, and save it. Now let's make sure that you are getting course information. Just type course.name, and if you go back now, if you see, we got the two type name of this courses, right? Now obviously we added the index. Here we have to add the key property, so we will use index, and if I refresh the screen, that error also gone. Okay, now let's add the image first. Let me remove this one, and we will add the banner image, and we have to import this image from the next/image, add the source. The source from this is course.banner.url. okay, and if you want to see the path, if you see here, right, we have the banner, and inside that we have the URL, and end the tag. We can give alt, whatever the alt you want. For in this case I will use the course.name, name like this. Then we can give width 1000, and we can give height maybe 500. Okay, and save it. And now if you go back, we got one error. Okay, let me close this window now. So this error is saying that invalid source prop, this particular prop, and this host name. Okay, if you see this host name mediagraphss.com is not configured under image in your next.config.js, right? So whenever we are you use any third external URL, right, for the image or any source, you have to make sure that that URL or domain name should need to be added inside the next.config. Okay, I'm talking about the domain and not the URL. Okay, so copy this domain now, go back to your application and search for the next.config.js. You have to do command P to search directly, or control P on the Windows. Okay, and inside here you have to add images. Inside that you have to add domains, and here you have to mention the domains. You can add multiple as well. Okay, so in this case we just want to add this domain, so we are adding only one, and save it. So as soon as you save this next.config.js, you stop the server, because we changed the configuration file, and rerun the project again. Okay, so again it will run on localhost 3000. Go back to our application, refresh the screen, and wait for a few seconds, and if you see, the error is gone, and we got these images as well. Beautiful, right? Now the thing is, we need to give the grid option. Okay, right now it's showing a big screen. Okay, so what we can do, let's go to the course list and here you have to mark it as a grid. Okay, when the screen size is smaller, you can make grid column 1. Okay, when the grid size is small, you can make grid columns 2. When the grid size is medium, make grid column 3, and when it's larger, make grid column 4, like this, and save it. Now you see the result. See, okay, now it's the screen size is larger, that's why it's showing 2. Obviously it will in one row it will show a 4 grid or 4 column with the 4th chapter in one row. Now let's give some gap here, so I will give gap of maybe 4. Okay, and let's give 5, and this is how it looks. Perfect. Now after this image, I will add one div, and inside that we will add the h2 tag for the title, means chapter name. So we can give course name. So in this case we can give course dot name After this I will add the course.author name, so let's author and save it. If you see, we got the course name and the author. So let's apply some styling to this one. So I will add the class name. Let's add a class name here. We'll add text. When the screen size is smaller, right? So let me decrease the screen size. So like this, right? And when the screen size is smaller, we can change font to maybe 16 pixel, and let's see how it looks. Okay, when the screen size is medium, we can change text to maybe 18 pixel. Okay, so if I increase the screen size, text change to 18 pixel. I think 16 is good for everyone, and only it's 18 here. Okay, perfect. Also I will make the font medium like this. Okay, perfect. Now for this author, I will add the class name text gray color be 400, and we'll change the font size text to maybe 13 pixel. Yep, that's good. Okay, and if I decrease the screen size, this is how it looks. Okay, perfect. Now another few things, right? We can give the class name to this one and make the corner rounded, maybe large. Okay, and for this particular div, we'll add the class name, we'll add the border, then we can make rounded large, and we'll add padding of 2, and this is how it looks. Okay, you can add padding more if you want. Okay, it's up to you. Next, here inside this, I will add one more div to show the number of chapter in particular course. So here I will define the book icon from the Lucid React like this, and here let's do class name. I will add height of 6, width of 6, then text I will add purple 600 maybe, then we can make the rounded to be full and background to be purple maybe 100, and save it. And if you see, it will look like this. Okay, so let's give some padding as well, so padding of 1 maybe, perfect, like this. Okay, and after that we'll give the name of the chapter. Okay, so here h2, and here we can give the item, sorry, the course dot total chapter like this. Okay, maybe it's C small, I don't know. Let's see the field name. So inside the object, course list, and the total chapters, so it's a chapters plural, and save it. Okay, see, and we can say lessons, you can say chapters, that's fine. Okay, and now let's bring this in one line, so make it flex, item to be in the center, gap of 2. Okay, and for this one I will add text, and we'll add the 12 pixel of size like this. Okay, so add text of gray color, maybe 400. Okay, like this. Now let's use some margin from the top. So here I will add the margin top to 2, and here as well class name margin top to 2. Okay, so it will be look like this. Now after that it will we will also show whether it's a free or it's a paid, right? So here I will add the h2 tag, and here just we can write the condition, the course dot free. If it's a true, then we can say it's free, otherwise we can say it's a paid, and that's all. Perfect. And let's use some margin from the top, margin top to 2, and we can set size to 16 pixel like this. Okay, little bit smaller, 40. Perfect. So we have this all the information ready. Okay, now our the course list component is ready. Okay, so obviously once we have more courses, it will look beautiful. Okay, also on hover right now, if you hover on any of these, the cursor pointer is not changing and you don't know what is you are hovering on. Okay, so what we can do on this particular div, we can write cursor need to be pointer, and on hover we can change the border color. Okay, so we can make it purple 600, and that's all. And if I hover on it, now it changed to different color. Okay, so let's change the color to maybe 300 is fine. Yeah, like this. Okay, perfect. So that's all for this particular section. Now in the next section, once user click on any of this course, we will open new page, will show the details of the course along with the intro, and then we will give option to enroll to this course. Okay, so guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, because there are a lot of interesting things coming up in this particular course, and we are gonna launch a new kind of startup courses on my channel. So join the channel and get exclusive access to the content. Okay, so see you in the next section. So in this section, we are going to create a new page to preview the course information. Okay, so once user click on any of this particular course, it will jump to the new page and it will show you the preview video along with the title, description, and on the right hand side we will show the option for source code, whatever the feature is available in this particular course, like with what we are providing, like source code. Other than that, we can provide the demo video or YouTube video, something like that. And then we will give the option to enroll it. Okay, so if the course is paid, then user need to pay it for the course, or he can buy the premium membership. That option we can give it to the user. Or if the course is free, he can have option to enroll it directly. Okay, also later in this particular course, we also learn if user already enrolled that particular or buy the particular courses, then we can directly show the enroll button or continue button instead of buy the course or something, the enroll options. Okay, so that kind of thing obviously we are going to develop in this particular section. So let's go back to our application in this VS Code project, and here inside the route I will create a new folder, and we can call it as a course preview. Okay, something like this, and enter. Now let's create a page.js file inside this one. Okay, and add the default template. I will rename this to course preview and save it. Okay, now the task is to navigate from course preview, this browse course list to this course preview page. Okay, so obviously there are a couple of ways that you can do it. Okay, but what we can do for inside this course list, we can add the on click method here. Okay, and here obviously with the help of router you can do that. Okay, but instead of using the router, we can directly use the link. Okay, so we have the link which is importing from the next/link. Okay, and it has a h reference. Okay, and in the tag. So obviously you need to wrap all this div inside this link so that this particular div is clickable. Okay, let me delete this one from here. And inside this h reference, we can just provide the path. So in this case is course dash preview. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to application and click on this one, okay, I don't know whether it's refresh or not. Let me refresh the screen. If I click any of these, if you see, it jumped to the new page called course preview. Okay, so if I click on any of these, it's going to the course preview. Now the question is, if I click on any of these, right, I should pass some value. For example, I should pass like course ID here, something like random number, whatever we have, or the course name. You can pass the course name as well. Okay, and obviously the path should look like this. Okay, the course preview like, and the course ID like React Native. Okay, something like this. So obviously we have the ID property inside the course list, so we will use that one. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside here in the course preview we will pass the course ID. Okay, so what we'll do here, we will just add a plus sign and we'll write course dot ID, something like this, and obviously this need to wrap in a curly braces. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back here, let's go back and click on any of this course, and if you see, it's going to this course preview slash this number. But if you see, we got the 404 error because we don't have page called this particular number. Okay, so we don't have page or route or anything like that, right? So how to resolve that issue? So what we need to do, we need to, inside the course preview, we need to add a dynamic kind of folder. So okay, so it's a dynamic page. Okay, so this in the dynamic page, the route, the endpoint will be anything. Okay, so I will say here course ID, something like this. Okay, and then we will drag this page inside this course ID and just say move, say yes. Okay, now we have the page inside the course preview, we have the course ID, and then we have the page.jsx. Okay, now let's save everything. I don't know what is this. Okay, and now let's check we got the expected result or not. And if you see, now we got the course preview even though we have this ID. Okay, now let's go back to our browse page, and if I click any of these, and you see it jumped to the course preview, and every time the ID is different now. Okay, so it's taking the ID of the course which we click. Okay, so this is very important, and I hope you understand this particular structure, how to do the routing. Okay, and dynamic routing, it's called dynamic routing. Okay, perfect. Now we have the course ID. Okay, now let's go back to our page.jsx. Okay, and inside here we need to get this particular ID. Okay, if I click on this, we need to get ID so that we can use this ID to get the course information from the Hygraph. Okay, so to get this ID, we can just say params. Okay, and inside the use effect, I will console the value. Okay, so obviously I will run this use effect only once the application is get load, and inside the console we can write params dot the folder name which we give in this case is a course ID, and then save it. Now if you see, we got the use effect issue that we need to define this particular component or page as a use client. Okay, and let's go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see, we got the ID which we selected. Okay, let's select another one, and if you see, we got this ID. Okay, this is some different area, maybe because of key, but don't worry, we can resolve it. But I hope you understand this one. Okay, now we got the ID. Now the next step is to fetch the data. Okay, so go to the API playground. Okay, inside the Hygraph, and let me rename this one. Let's close this one and let me rename it course. Okay, just I will say course, something like this. Okay, and obviously we just want one course, so I will select the course list in this case and not lists. Okay, and obviously we need to pass ID, so we need to pass ID item. So in this case, let's pass this ID. Okay, to get the result, so I will pass this ID, and we have to select what are the things we need to get it. So in this case, I will get chapter. Inside the chapter we have the chapter ID, name, and the, let's see where it all the things, video, and we have need to get URL. Okay, also we'll get the YouTube URL as well. Okay, now after that we'll get the description, then the name, the ID, whether it's a free or not. The source code, I don't think so we need it here. Okay, total chapter we will get it. Okay, I don't know whether this YouTube URL, okay, take this YouTube URL instead of this YouTube URL. Okay, because we will remove it, and let's try to run this one. And if you see, we got all the details called chapter, description, name, email, YouTube URL, etc. So in this case, I don't think so we have any chapter for this ID, but that's fine, not big deal. Okay, or you can change to some other ID. For example, let's select this one and let's test out this ID. Okay, and now let's run it, and you see we got the ID, sorry, we got the chapters, we have descriptions, very big descriptions, name, ID, and everything. Perfect. Now let's copy this particular query. Okay, and then go back to our service index.jsx. Okay, where we have this query. Okay, so obviously we need to create a new method called export constant. I will name get course by ID. Obviously it contains ID. Okay, and then we need to give constant query is equal to GQL, this code, and then we have to paste the query which we copied, and this line will be same, something like this. Okay, and obviously we use await, so make this function as async. Okay, now one more thing, we need to replace this ID with our the ID which we are going to pass. Okay, so we'll pass it like this. Okay, so make sure it will be in the string format. Okay, and perfect, our get course by ID API is ready. Now let's go back to our course preview page, and after this use effect, let's create a method called get course, and here we will call get course by ID. Okay, and obviously we need to pass the ID, so this ID will be param.course ID dot, then because this is promise, and get the response. So first we will console the response and make sure to call this get course inside the use effect. So we'll pass this here. Okay, so obviously I will write the condition, if the get course is there then only run, otherwise just null. Okay, let me remove this one and then save it. Now let's go back to our application, and if let me clean everything, go back here, click on this course, and if you see we got the course list, and in this course list we got the chapter, description, ID, everything. Okay, and this is only one course information. Okay, not all. So now our we got the course information. Now let's go back here and let's save it in one state. So I will got constant course detail comma set course details is equal to use state, and here we'll pass empty for now, and then here you can say set course details response dot, and in this case is course list. I will copy this one, course list. Okay, perfect. I will keep this console for our reference and save everything. Now you got the course information as well. Okay, depends on the course you selected. Now we need to develop the UI for it. Okay, so on the left hand side we'll add the video. Okay, so it will be 1/3 of the this particular space. We'll add the 2/3 space we add video, title, description, and on the right hand side we'll give the option for the source code, the demo, YouTube, something like this, and the enrollment option. So inside the course view, here we will add a div, and inside the first div let's make this div as a grid first. Okay, sorry, the class name grid. Okay, and if the screen size is smaller, obviously we'll make grid column 1. Okay, but if the grid size is medium or larger, we'll make grid column 3. Okay, and let's add the first column. So this is the first, we can say video details. Okay, and here we'll assign this as a column span. Okay, 2. So out of 3 column, it will be assigning 2 column to this video details. Okay, and then we'll say enrollment option here. Okay, and save it. Let's go back here, and if you see, we got the option. As soon as I decrease size, it will come in one line. Okay, perfect. Now inside the video details, first thing we need to do is to add the video player. Okay, so inside this component folder, inside this course ID, I will create a new folder underscore component. So we can call it as underscore components. That whatever the components inside which we need for the course view, we will add inside this particular component folder. And inside that, I will add video player.jsx. Add the default template, and then save this one and add this inside this video details page, and make sure to import it. So let's import it manually. I don't know why my suggestion is not working today. From it's need to be component / video player. Okay, perfect. Now let's see whether it's getting. So see, the video player is coming. Now let's implement the video player. So inside this video player, first thing, let's add the h2 tag, and we can say just this is a preview, right? So I will say course preview. Okay, let's give some styling. So class name will get text gray 400 and margin bottom to maybe 3. Okay, and then after that I will add the video. So this video will be a simple HTML video tag. Okay, so we'll give it width of 100, height you can give anything. So in this case I will give 250. You can, whatever the control you want to, you can mention, or you can mention as a false. And in this case I don't want to give option to download, so just you can say control list and no download. Okay, and end the tag like this. And inside this we need to provide the source. Okay, but the thing is, in the video player we don't have any information regarding the course. So first thing, we need to pass the course information here. So right now only we need to pass the video URL. Okay, so what I will do, I will say video URL is equal to, and pass this only video URL. So obviously that is we are getting from course detail dot let's see the path actually. So in this case it is in the chapter, the first chapter obviously we are showing, which is the intro of preview video, and inside that we have video URL. So let's say chapter of 0 dot and video dot URL. Okay, video dot URL. Perfect. Let me bring this down. Okay, and obviously we passed only video URL. But the thing is, right, as I told before as well, that you will not get course detail immediately, because we are fetching the data from internet. So what we can do, we can say course detail is available, then only render these particular items. Okay, and now save this one. Now go to the video URL and get it as a prop here. Now you have the video URL. Now add the source here. So let's add source, and inside that we have to provide the video URL like this. Okay, you can mention some type, like in this case mention mp4. It's really, I don't know whether it's that much matter or not. Okay, and end the tag. Okay, and save it. Now let's go back to our application, and if you see, we got something but very small. I don't know why. So let's see. Okay, so we will make this bigger, like with 1000. Okay, and now if you see, right, we got the error at chapter 0 is not defined. The reason is the course detail page. So what we can do, we can give optional field, something like this. Save this one. Still we have error. Okay, let's add the tag here. If course detail is available, then only show it, otherwise show null. Okay, so just added this course detail dot name is available and no other things are required. Okay, so something you need to play and you need to fix the things. And if you see, we got the course preview and this particular video player as well. And if I try to run,
hey there,
see, I can have control, I can run it, move forward, backward. Okay, perfect. Now let me add class name, some border. Let's round the border. Let's say large, and some padding, maybe 3, and save it. Something like this. I don't know. Okay, I don't want to give border to this one, just to the video player. So let's copy that one and add it to this video player only, like this. Save this one, save this one, and if you see, we got this beautiful border as well. So this is course preview. Okay, next we need to add the description, course description. Okay, or so we will create a new component under the component folder, and we can call course details.jsx. Add the default template and then add this course details under this video URL, something like this. Obviously we need to pass course information, so I will pass as a course detail only. Okay, and inside the course detail we have to accept it as a props. Okay, and make sure the course detail is rendering. Okay, so he's saying undefined. Let's import it. So import course detail from, maybe it's course detail actually, from course details, and save it. And let's see, now we have this course detail text is printing. Perfect. Now let's go to the course detail. We have the course detail information. Let's add some information. So first thing, I will add the h2 tag, and inside the h2 tag I will add the course name, so course detail dot name, and let's add the class name, so we'll say text of 20 pixel, and font I will add the medium one. Okay, and save it, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. Let's add some styling. So class name I will add margin top to 5, padding 5, margin bottom to, okay, so then round it corner to large. Let's see. Okay, so we need to add border. We missed the border. Perfect. Now I want to show the chapter, so I will show the similar kind of chapters information. So let's copy existing one from the course list. Okay, so all the div, and let's paste it in our course detail page. Okay, obviously you can make a component, not big deal, but I'm not going to use anywhere, or that's the reason. Okay, and here you have to import the book from blue seed icon, and here need to be a course detail instead of course only, and save it. Let's see it's look like this. Okay, and then last we need to show the description. So course detail dot description, and save it. And if you see, we got the description, a long description, right? You can make it short. You can just say class name, and line clamp. Okay, so line clamp is method, so we want only 4 line, first 4 line. Okay, now so we'll give margin top to maybe 5, and let's to make text gray 400, and if you see, perfect. Okay, let's make it 500. So we have text, we have the chapter name and the course information as well. Perfect. Now our course detail page is on the left section is almost ready. Now let's implement the enrollment option. Okay, so for the enrollment option, I'm gonna show 3 options. First is GitHub, then the demo, and then YouTube. Okay, and I am already downloading these icons from the flat icons, okay, which is one of the best icons, free icons you will find it on the internet. Okay, so just search whatever the icons you like, you can just search it. For example, if I type GitHub, you will see different type of or different option for the GitHub icons or logo. Okay, so use that one, download the GitHub, a couple of icons which you want to display it on the screen. Here I added some of the icon like GitHub, the YouTube, and the demo one. Okay, so I'm going to use these 3 icons. So in the enrollment section, so create a new component called enrollment section.js. Okay, add the default template, and then make sure to add this inside our page.jsx. Okay, so inside enrollment option div we will add it, and let's import this enrollment option over here. So import enrollment option from component/enrollment section. Okay, and let's see whether we get it or not. Okay, perfect, we have this enrollment section here. And now let's give some padding to 5 here, and then inside enrollment option I will add one list. Okay, so it's called options list is equal to, and here I will add ID, then name. So in this case we'll say GitHub. Okay, then we'll say icon, so the icon is /github.png, and that's all. Okay, if I need anything we can add it later, and I also added a couple of more. Okay, demo and the YouTube. Now let's iterate that one. So we'll say section option list dot map, and say option and the arrow function like this. Okay, and also add index here. Inside that we'll add the div. Okay, or you can add the button, but let's add a div. Let's add the key as the index, and inside that let's add the image first. So you just need to add the image here. So we'll add image. So one mistake, it's not an enrollment section, we can just call the options list or a feature list. Okay, so whatever, I will just rename this to, can call options list. Okay, just say options section. Okay, option section, because it's really option section actually, and we'll change to option section, and here as well. Okay, so save this one and make sure to update here as well. So it's option section, and here as well. Make sure it's coming here. I don't know what's the error, module not found. So let me check. Yeah, everything's good. Let me refresh the screen. Perfect, there is gone. Okay, so just make sure the file name is renamed and the function name. Okay, I made the mistake that we give the incorrect name. Okay, never mind. So let's go move forward. So here we can just add one div, and inside that I will add the image source, and inside that one we'll add the item dot icon or the option dot icon in the tag, and let's give the width of maybe 30, height of 30, and let's add alt tag, we'll say icons. And after that I'll add just to tag, and inside that I will give the name, so just say option dot name. Okay, let's add the styling to this one. So text I will add 14 pixel, and then text gray 500. Okay, and for this div we'll add the class name, we'll say padding of 2. Let's add border rounded to be LG, make it flex column, and make item to be in the center. Width I will make it full, and make it cursor pointer, so the cursor will change, and if you see it will look like this. Now I want to bring this in one line, so for this div I will make flex item to be in the center, and will give gap of 3. Perfect, like this. Okay, now we have GitHub demo and YouTube text showing. Okay, perfect. Let me do one thing, because we added padding here, so we'll add only margin X to 5. Perfect, so it will be in one line and looks beautiful. Okay, now after this one we gonna add the enrollment section. Okay, now to add the enrollment section, now let's create the new component, and here we can call enrollment section.js. Add the default template, and then add this enrollment section in our page.js after this option selection. Okay, so let's copy this enrollment section. Okay, and make sure it's print coming here. Perfect. Now let's go to the enrollment section. It will be very quick. So here I will add the one div. Okay, and inside that let's add the h2 tag. Inside that we can write learn and build project access source code and track your progress, okay, for free. And after that I will add one button, and it will say enroll now. Okay, and save it. Now interesting thing about this particular section only we will enable when the course is free, right? Obviously then we need to pass the course information here. So let's go back to our page.js and just pass the course information. Okay, so I will add the complete course detail only, because if you need some information in future we can actually use it instead of again passing different information. Okay, so in course enrollment section, now we have the course detail. Okay, and save it. Now obviously if it's free, then only we can show this, but before that let's see how it looks. So this is look like this, right? Let's give some styling. So let's add class name, margin top to 5. Let's add border, make it rounded corner to be large. Let's add padding 2 and text to be in the center. Okay, like this. Now let's add some styling to this button. So class name will add padding of 2, width to be full, background I will change to purple 500. We'll add text to height. We'll make the corner rounded. Then we'll add text size of 14 pixel and margin top to 2. Okay, and what we'll do on hover, we'll change the background purple color to 700. Okay, and save it. And if I go back and see, it look like this. Okay, now we got this beautiful enroll now button. Okay, also I will give some little styling to this one. Just I will add the class name text gray 500 and save. Okay, perfect. Now let's copy same thing, paste it here. Okay, but if user is this particular course is not free, so let's add condition course detail dot free. If it's free, then only show this. Okay, otherwise show this one. Okay, and in this one I will change this text to some other text. So we'll say buy this course, source code, and track your progress for free. Okay, just track your progress. Okay, and here I will say buy course for $1.99. Okay, so this will be will display if the course is not free. And if you see right now it's saying buy course, but if I open some other course, for example this course is free, so it's showing enroll now. Okay, perfect. Now next we will add another section. So I will copy same thing, but this will be consistent on the screen to buy the membership. Okay, so I'll add buy membership $4.99 per month. Okay, and obviously I will change this to buy monthly membership and get access to all courses, source code, and track your progress, and save it. And if you see, we got this beautiful two option. Okay, so one is buy the course and another if you want to buy the complete membership. Okay, and if you see, right, as I say, this is completely responsive. If I try to decrease the size, it will change the layout, and if you see, all this option comes down. Okay, if you see it's touching here, right, so obviously you can go back here and to this particular page.jsx. Here you can give margin top to 5. Okay, and even though if you don't give, that's fine, and just say gap of 5. Okay, and if I increase the size, now you have gap, you have everything perfect. And here I will I will only give margin top to this one. If it's medium, I will give margin top to 0, like this. Okay, perfect. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now also for this, if I go here, right, and obviously we don't have anything, but only YouTube video is available for this particular course, and that's the reason video is not showing here, right? So you can just here write it here. If this particular video URL is not present, then don't show this video player. Okay, so just say some condition here, and then obviously video URL will not play. Okay, so you can write like this: course detail (chapter of 0 is available), then only show video player. Okay, otherwise don't show anything, and save it. And if you see now, we don't see anything, and that's the only thing we are able to see right now on the screen. Okay, perfect. So that's all for this particular section. Obviously there are a lot of things we need to implement. For example, this buy course option, okay, which is enabled only if the user did not buy the course. Also, in order to buy the course or membership, we have to check user must log into our application, and if he's not login, we have to navigate to the login screen, and if he's login, then we need to navigate to the payment option. Okay, but we'll go one by one. First we will go through the free option. Okay, so user will buy with the free option, and then we will show the next page. Okay, and at the end of this next section, then we will learn how to add the payment gateway and integrate everything together. Okay, so guys, if you did not have any if you have any question, let me in the comment section. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Lot of things coming, and I know this course is quite interesting. And if you have any doubts, right, if you join my channel, then I'm always happy to help you on my Instagram channel. Okay, so see you in the next section. So now in this particular section, we are allowed user to enroll this particular course if it's free, and once we enroll this, we have to make sure that it will save in our Hygraph. Okay, also along with that, right, if user is already enrolled, right, we need to show here as a continue button whenever user open this particular course. Okay, so couple of things. Whenever we are getting this course information by ID, right, so we have this GraphQL query which is returning the course information. In that particular GraphQL query, we have to make sure we will fetch the users enroll information as well, if the course is enrolled or not. Okay, so for that one, I already created one schema under this model which is called user enroll course, and it contains only 3 fields. One is the user email, so whoever is enrolling the course, his email IDs will be saved. Then the completed chapter, okay, so that we will discuss later. And then course ID, so once user enroll the course, we will save the course ID. Okay, so these 3 fields we are going to use it. Now let's go to the API playground, and over here, right, we will name, whatever name, just ignore that for now. Here we need to get the course information, right? So let's go to this user enroll courses, and inside the where here inside the user enroll courses, okay, very important, we have this where condition. Okay, but we need that because we want to save all the information. So we need to get the information first, obviously, before save, right? So we will get user enroll courses depends on the user email ID and the course ID. Okay, so go to this where condition and search for the course ID. So this is the first course ID I selected, and then let's search for the user email address. So it's maybe bottom user email. Okay, so these two where condition is written, right, and obviously we want the result, so we'll return the course ID, we will return the user email, and we will return the chapter. It's not necessary that we need a completed chapter for now, but we can fetch it. Okay, so the completed chapter. Okay, so in order to test it, let's take this example, right? Let's get the user course ID, this one, and some random email. Okay, tubeguruji@gmail.com, and let's try to, let me put this down, and let's try to run it. If you see, we did not get any result because this course ID and email ID is not exist inside our content right now. Okay, in this content, the user enroll course is empty. Okay, so this API we're gonna add, okay, only this part we're gonna add in our existing API, right? So here after this one I will add it. Okay, so just paste it here like this. Okay, so instead of course ID, we will replace it with the actual ID. So maybe it's ID only, course ID, and instead of, we don't want this complete chapter over here, so we'll remove that one, and instead of user email, we will add, like this, we will add the user email. Okay, and one more thing, actually we want complete chapter over here. Okay, so I will paste it and like this. Okay, now we will get the user enroll course as well. Okay, now let's save it and make sure you will pass the user email here. Okay, because we are using user email. So I save this one, and in get course ID we use inside this course preview component. Okay, so here we need to pass the user email. So user, so if you see, right, user is not there, so obviously we already log in to the system, then we will get it from the constant user is equal to use user. Okay, so if you see, this use user is importing from the Clerk. Okay, and in order to access the user email address, you have to write user dot primary email address dot the email address. Okay, so this is how you can get the user email address. And obviously here you have to make sure that you will execute this whenever the user is available, because this will take time to fetch the information, and whenever the user is available, make sure to execute this get course. Okay, perfect. Now you have the user email address, everything is ready. Now let's save this one and make sure you are getting data. Okay, so let's go here, and right now if you see, right, we got this issue. The only thing you can do, make it optional if it's not there. Okay, so make it like this one, so it's not a required, and then if you see, there it is gone. Now go to the inspect panel, and inside the console let's see the object, and inside that if you see user enroll course we are getting, but right now it's empty because we did not enroll to this course. Okay, perfect. Now whenever if this value is empty, we need to enroll, we need to show this enroll button, otherwise we will show the continue button if it's already enrolled. But right now we don't have any information, and let's only just enroll this one. Okay, so that we can save it inside our Hygraph. Okay, so let's go to this enrollment section, and we have this enroll now button. Right here we will add the on click method. So on click, and then we will call one method, we can call enroll course. Okay, and this will be a function method. So save this one and write one method here. So constant enroll course and the arrow function. Okay, so first thing, obviously we want to also navigate it. Okay, but let's first save the enroll course information. Okay, so in order to save this in a hypergraph, and obviously we are using GraphQL, right? The question is how to save it. Okay, so right now we are just fetching this information, right? But if you see at the bottom, okay, so at this bottom, right, we have option called mutation. Okay, select the mutation. So mutation is used to do the CRUD operation, in the sense update, edit, delete, something like that. Okay, so create CRUD operation, click plus sign, and then you will get the mutation. So right now I will close this query, and if you see that we got this mutation, and inside that we have some option called create, delete, publish, schedule, unpublish, update, and lot of things. Now we want to create the user enroll course. So if you see here at the 4th, we have option called create user enroll course, and if you expand that one, you have some option, right? Before that, let's rename this, and just rename to enroll course, something like this. And whatever the information you need to provide, you have to add it here. For example, you are adding the user email, then you need to add course ID in this particular one, right? Not a complete chapter. And then you can get the ID in the return. So I select the ID in the return. Okay, and that's all. Okay, so whenever we create the user with this email ID and course ID, it will return the ID. Let's try the simple thing. So I will just type tubeguruji@gmail.com, and for the course ID I will say ABCD. Okay, and try to run it. If I run it, okay, if you see, we got the data with this particular ID. Okay, now if I go back to this content, and inside the user enroll course, see we got one record. If I edit it, it will show you the user email with the course ID as well. So just now we inserted, it means this query is correct. I will copy this query, go to a project, and inside this service.index.jsx, okay, we'll create a new method. So export constant enroll course async function, and here we need course ID along with user email, okay, and the arrow function. So we'll say constant mutation query is equal to GQL, this tag, and paste your mutation query, okay. And obviously we will use this to make a request, okay. Instead of query, it's our mutation query, okay, and everything will be as it is. Now save this one, and now this enroll course we have to call whenever user click on enroll now button. So here I will add await enroll course. So this is importing from services, and we have to pass course ID, okay. So course ID will get it from course detail dot ID, and then obviously we have to get the user's email ID. So I will get it from the use user hook, which is importing from the Clerk. So user dot primary email address dot email address, okay, dot then, because this is a promise and the response whatever we get, okay. So just we'll console the response here, okay. So we'll say enroll course response, okay, and it will return the response. Now this is our way to make it async, okay, perfect. So our enroll course is ready. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application, okay. So let's clean everything in console. Now you are in this project. Let's refresh the project, clean this, and click enroll now. So right now we got one error that it's saying cannot read property of primary email addresses, okay. That's because the user is not login, okay. So what we need to do whenever your user try to enroll this one, right, you have to make sure you will log in to this particular screen, okay. So you can navigate to this login page first. So let's go here, and you can ask you can add the condition if user is there, then only do the enrollment, else you can navigate to the sign in page, okay. But how to navigate? So obviously in this case we have to use router, which is we are importing from the use router from the next navigation, okay. We already use this one, and then we will add the router dot push, okay, and we'll add the slash sign dash in, okay, and save it. So what we did, we just push the router, okay, and we make sure that user will sign in first before enrolling this particular course, okay. Now let's try this one. Let's clean everything, click enroll now, and if you see, it jumped to the enroll course. Now let's log in with some credential. I just log in to screen, and if you see this profile credential, okay. Now if I try to enroll, and if you see, our course is enroll, and in the response we got this result. So inside that we got the create user enroll course, and inside that we have field called ID is written in the ID. Now let's go to Hygraph and make sure we got the information. So go to the content, let me go back here, and if you see, we got the another draft, right, it is. And if you open it, not this one, the first one, this one, and if you see, we got the user email and the email address. So right now if you see, right, it's showing both the email address is same. The reason is let's see the index.jsx, and if you see, we did not change this email address, okay. So make sure to change this one. So I will change this ++, and here we will pass user email address, and here we have to pass course ID, okay. So make sure when you update, you need to update this mutation query with your actual user email and address, okay. Now again, let's go back here, refresh the screen. Let me delete this both the record, okay, so it will not make you confused. I don't know why it's not selecting. Yeah, so I will delete this one. Perfect. Okay, now let's clean this one. Click enroll now. Okay, we got this ID. Now go back to our user enroll course. Let me refresh the screen, and if you see, we got the result. And if I try to edit, I got the email address and the course ID, which is one we are in right now. Okay, it perfect. Now we got this information, but here if you see right now, our record is in draft mode. It is not published. Okay, until and unless it's published, you will not get the result when you are trying to fetch the data. Okay, so you have to publish this one. Obviously in GraphQL you have to publish manually. Okay, manually in the sense, obviously we have the API. So go to this API playground, and if you scroll down here, you will find a different type of publish option. So in this case, we have to publish the user enroll course, and this is the option. And here you have to pass the ID, which ID you need to publish. Okay, so in this case, this is ID. You need to add it, and just you have to run it, and it will publish your course. Okay, so obviously we need to make this API call as well. As soon as you enroll the course, you got the ID, and then you have to call this published user enroll course. Okay, so what I will do, copy this query, go to this our service index.js, and we'll create another method. Okay, export constant, and we can call publish course. Okay, like this. And obviously here we have to pass the ID, just we'll say just ID. Okay, and we have constant mutation query is equal to GQL tag, and paste your course ID. Now obviously here you have to pass the ID, so we'll pass the ID like this. Okay, and then write constant this particular method. We'll just copy paste it here like this. Okay, and make this async. Now this published course you have to call once we have the response. So if the response is there, call this method. Okay, so we'll say await this published course. We have to pass a response and then get this particular ID. Okay, and this ID is inside this create user enroll course. Okay, let me copy this. Dot ID. Okay, I will make it optional. Dot, then and we'll rate result, and we'll just console the result. Okay, and inside await, so make this particular response as async. Okay, and one more thing. Okay, here once we publish it, right, you can return some ID, some state if you want to. Okay, so you can return this ID once you publish it. Okay, so what I will do, I will just add this line of code just to make sure that okay, we got it successfully published, something like that. Okay, so after this I will add this line of code and save it. Okay, now obviously once you enroll, you can publish it immediately. Okay, so that's all. Let's save this one, go here, let's test it out. Okay, now again we have the enroll now because we did not give fetching the information. Okay, so right now if I click enroll now, so we got this error, the published course is not defined. So we have to make sure we imported this one, publish course, and save it. Let's clean this one. Let's enroll now, and if you see, we got two response. One is to publish course, and it returned the published course ID. Okay, now let's go back our content, and if you see, this is the ID which we published, and it is not in the draft mode now. Okay, it's published mode. Now you can get the data, and now if I refresh the screen, right, now we will get this data here. Okay, So inside this particular, if you see, right, along with the course detail, we also got the user enroll course information. Okay, now this information we will use to change this button from enroll now to continue. Okay, that we will do in a moment. Now let's go to this page.js, and if you see, right, we right now we are just getting this course detail from response.course list. Okay, but along with that we have now user enroll course as well. Okay, so to make this all change, right, what we can do, we can just create a new state to save the user's course, user course, and set user course. Okay, and obviously we will, once we have the value, we will set the user course from the response dot user enroll course, like this. Okay, now this user course we need to pass to the enrollment section. We pass user course is equal to user course, and make sure inside the enrollment section you will accept it as a prop, user course, like this. Okay, now you have the user course information. Okay, now what I will do, I will create a new I will just copy this button. Okay, and whenever the user's course information is available, then I will show this continue button. Okay, so here I can write user course dot id. Okay, I will make it this optional, and it's there. Then obviously show the button, and we can rename this button to continue. Okay, I will say continue to build, something like this. Okay, and otherwise obviously it will show this particular button. Okay, and I don't want on click here for now, so I will remove this from here and save it. Now if I go back here, refresh the screen, and right now it's still showing the enroll now. That's because if you see, right, it's a first element and not just a enroll course, so we need to get the first element from here. So from enroll course of 0. Okay, and the optional field like this. And now let's test it out. It's still showing enroll now. So here you, instead of id, you need to make it course id, because in the response we have the course id and not just id. Okay, so you can make course id, and if you see the result, now we have this continue button as well. But in that case we need to remove this enroll now button. Okay, so same condition but opposite condition you can add it here. So along with this one, and user is course id is not there. So if you see, it's not and save it, and if you see the particular condition is vanished, but we have this another condition. Let's try a different approach. So let me remove this one. So what we can do, we can write this previous condition like this. Okay, and also here we will write this condition, not and question mark, and then here we will add the, so it's like multiple ternary operator. Okay, so if you have any doubt or anything, you can access this source code and save it. Okay, now once you save this one, let's go back to application. If you see, now it's just showing the continue button. Okay, so no more enroll button. But if I go back here and open another course, now it will show you buy the course, because it's not free. But let's try to enroll free course, and if you see, we got the new button called enroll now. If I try to click on enroll now obviously we are not doing any action for now, but if you see in the response, we got this information. And let's see, inside the user enroll course, we got the second published item. It means this particular course is get published, and we enroll this successfully. Okay, if I try to refresh it now, it will say continue button. Okay, next what we can do, we gonna on the click of enroll now, right? Once user enroll, click on enroll now, it will redirect to the actual course watch page we can call, where we are gonna show all the chapter along with the video player where user can watch each chapter one by one. Okay, so that particular implementation we are going to do next in our next section. So in this section we are going to create the chapter page, okay, where we are going to show chapters, and then user select on the chapter to see the particular video course. So before that, if you see this page, right now I'm able to access this page because I sign into this particular page. Okay, if I try to sign out, and then it will ask you the to sign in to particular page, right? If I go to the browse page, it's still asking you to sign into this page. Okay, so to fix this, right, you need to add this public root as a browse so that you can access the browse page without login page. But if I try to open any of this page, right, you need to sign in. Now how to add the or how to navigate to that page without login, right? So for that one we have to add the public root, right? So we have to add the given root, right? If you see, we have this course and then ID, right? If I try to put this course preview like this, okay, as a public root, and let's see what happened. So right now let's navigate to this particular page. It's still asking to for the credential, right? The reason is our root is not a fixed root, or it's because it's a dynamic root. After the course preview we have this ID, right? So this is our actual complete root. So in order to add this particular kind of root, you just need to add the course preview, and then you have to add this particular dynamic root expression, okay, so that it will accept whatever comes after this course preview. It will jump to that particular page. Okay, now let's refresh the screen. Oops, sorry, let me go to the browse first, and if I open it now if you see, without login I can able to jump on this and onto this page. Okay, now if I try to enroll, see it asking for a login. Okay, that's perfectly fine. Now let's log into this application. So I will log into this, and once you log in it will come back onto this page, and now obviously I already enrolled to this course, that's why it's showing the continue button. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to the continue, and then we have to navigate to the new page. Now let's create a new screen. Okay, so what we need to do, inside this app folder we create a new folder. We can call it as a course watch course, or we can say watch course. Okay, you can give any name, as I'm mentioning this in a circular bracket. Obviously this is not a root endpoint. Okay, inside that I will create the route folder which contains our routes, and then in watch course we can add one layout.jsx file. Okay, so let's add default template, and we can call it as a watch course layout, and we'll copy it here like this. Obviously this layout will accept the children. Okay, so whatever the route are inside this watch course, we'll use this particular layout. Okay, and I will replace this to children and save it. Now inside the route I will add a new folder, and now here we can call view course, so we can say just view dash course. Okay, and inside that I will add a dynamic route, so it will be a course ID. So let's add course ID. So it's similar the one which we did it for the course preview. Okay, and then inside that our page.jsx file, add the default template, and here we can call view course, save it. Now let's go back to our application, and now if I try to access with the view dash course, right now it's showing not found. Let me check. So that's because we don't have view course. It's a view course slash some id, and then if you see, we got the view course. Okay, now what we need to do inside our enrollment section. Okay, so inside this routes, course preview, components, and enrollment section, on the click of continue or enroll now, we want to navigate to the new page. Okay, so what we can do after we got the result. Okay, so if we can say if result is successful after publishing the course, right? We save the course and then we publish the course, means we from draft to publish, right? So in this particular problem is we can just mark it like a router dot push, and then we can give the path course or view course, or it's a view course path slash view dash course. Okay, and then obviously we need to pass id, so we'll pass the course detail dot id. So inside the course detail we have the course id. Okay, and obviously same thing we need to pass if button is continue. So for the continue button, here I will add the on click method and I will pass it like this. Okay, and save it. Now let's test this out. Let's go back to this page. Okay, so now if I click continue, so if you see, it's jumped to the view course page. Okay, perfect. It means our logic or whenever we want to navigate from enroll button or continue button is navigating to this particular page. Next, we need to implement this particular course view page. On the left hand side we are going to add the chapter page, and on the right hand side we are going to show the video. So inside this view course page JX, right, let me remove this view course, and here we will add two div. Okay, one is for the course chapter and another div is for course video player. Okay, and obviously we'll make this div as flex, so it will be in one row, and then course chapter will give width of 64. Okay, then we'll add the border and some shadow effect, so maybe it's small, and we'll make height to be screen size height. Okay, and let's make z 15 and save it. And if I go here and if you see, this is how it look like. Okay, and on the right hand side we have the course video player. Now next thing, we need to create a two component. One is for the course chapter and another is for the video player. So inside the inside this view course, okay, here we can create inside the course id, or we can create here as well. Okay, so inside the course id we can create a new new folder, and we can call it as a components. Okay, and what are the components related to the view course will store inside this under components folder. So let's create a new file or component, and we can call it as a chapter navigation.jsx, add the default template, and another component we can call it as a full video player.jsx and add the default template and save it. Now obviously I will replace this text with the actual chapter now. So let's import it manually. Chapter now, and another one we want is full video player. Like this. Okay, and save it. Make sure that we got okay. So it's saying chapter now is not defined, so it need to be chapter now. And if you see, we got the chapter now and full video player. Now next we need to fetch the course information. Okay, so we already have the API. So inside the service we have the API, and the API is this get course by ID. Okay, it taking the course ID and the user email. So obviously we let's go to this page.jsx. So from this course ID we can get the course ID. So we have to pass it as a means we have to accept as a param as a props, okay, and which contains this course ID, and we will define the user. So login user, so it will have user from the clerk. Okay, so it contains the email address. So let's define method. We'll say get course, and let's say await get course by ID, and then we'll pass the course ID first. So params dot course ID, and then next is user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, so obviously we need to call this in a use effect. Let me complete this call first. So then response, and inside that we'll just console the response first. Okay, and make this async, and let's call it in a use effect. So whenever our component load for the first time, this use effect will get execute and our function will get called. Okay, and this use effect will execute whenever user means login user information is available. Okay, so I will just call this get course. Okay, so if the user is there, it will call get course, otherwise null. Perfect. Now let's save everything. Let's go back to our application. So it's saying, okay, so we have to mark this particular component as use client, because we are using on the client side, we are using this use effect, the hooks, that's the reason. And if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you say we got the object and which consists of course list along with user enroll course. Okay, now obviously in this particular user enroll course contains the completed chapter as well. Right now we don't have any completed chapter, that's why it's showing empty, but once the chapter is completed, we will store it inside this user enroll course. Now what we can do, we will store course list and user enroll courses in different state. Okay, to avoid any mistakes for our simplicity purpose. Okay, so we'll get courses comma set courses is equal to use state, and another state is for user course. So we kept all the name of variable consistent everywhere. Okay, to avoid the confusion. And now shall set course, and inside here it will set the from the response dot, let's see, course list. Okay, and same thing, set user course response dot, let's take this fill name user enroll course. Okay, now we have this all the course list information along with user enroll course information. Okay, now this information will pass to this chapter navigation, so I will pass it as a course and course, and same for the user course, I will keep name same user course. Okay, now let's go to this chapter navigation and accept it as a prop so that we can use it. Course comma user course. Now we have the course and user course information. Let's start designing the UI for the chapter now. Okay, so first thing, let's create one div, and inside this div let's add h2 tag, and here I will add course dot name, another h2 tag, and here I will say by and author name. Okay, so I will just add author and save it. Let's see whether we are getting or not. Okay, so we are not getting the author name. Let's see why. So maybe we did not add it here. Okay, so here get course by ID, if you see we don't have author, so let's add author. so that we will get it here. So now author is coming. Okay, let me close this one, and now it's chapter now. Okay, perfect. Now once we have author, let's apply some styling. So for this one I will add class name, font medium, and make text of 20 pixel. We'll add class name to this one. Let's add border at the bottom only, and then padding of 5. And for this class name text gray 500 and text of 14 pixel. Okay, and save it, and if you see, it will look like this. Okay, perfect. We can increase the size of this width. Okay, so what we can do, let's go to this layout, and we can make 72 maybe. Perfect, like this. Okay, next we're gonna show the list of chapter below this. Okay, so let's go to the chapter now, and here let's add one div. Okay, and then from the course we have the chapter list of chapter dot map, and here we map the chapter comma index and the arrow function like this. Okay, here I will add the div. Okay, and inside this div, first thing we'll add the play circle. Okay, so let's add the icon play circle from the lucid icon, and then name of the chapter. So let's say chapter dot name, and save it, and if you see, it will look like this. Okay, now let's apply some styling. Obviously mark this key as an index, and let's apply some styling to this one. So class name, we will make this class name to flex, add gap of 2, we'll make text in gray color, so maybe gray 500, then we'll make text size of 16 pixel. Okay, padding x to 5 and padding for overall. Okay, and make cursor to be pointer, and save it, and if you see, this is how it looks. Okay, let's add some hover effect. So on hover, we will change background gray to maybe 100, and let's if I hover on it, see the background changes. Okay, now obviously we have to make, if I click on this, right, we have to apply some styling, and then we have to make that particular selected chapter as an active one. Okay, so I will create one state and we'll call as active index comma set active index is equal to use state. Okay, like this, and initially the 0 is the active index, we can mark it as, and obviously we have to make it dynamic, so wrap this in curly braces, this code, and remove this particular code, and inside the dollar we can say active index is equal to index, then want to apply some styling, otherwise null. So here the styling is like we can say background green to 100, and the text we will change text green 700, and save it, and if I see, perfect. Okay, now right now it's not clickable because we did not attach the on click events. Let's attach that one as well. So on the click, okay, make set active index as a index, and save it. Now if I click on this one, see, okay, perfect. So this logic is working perfectly fine. Now as we are changing this active, right, we also need to change this button from once you select it, we want to change it to the pause button. Okay, means it show that it is playing. So what we can do, the same logic we can apply here. If the active index is equal to index, means it means that it is active, then we will show the pause circle button. So I don't know, we have pause circle, okay, from the lucid icon, and otherwise we have to show the play circle like this and save it. And if you see now, okay, so if you see, if I change this, it's showing now pause button, that is it's playing. Okay, perfect. So this is the simple logic for that one. Now once user click on the given chapter, right, we have to make or we have to pass this active chapter to this full video player. Okay, so that what we can do on this on click, right, along with this set active, I will call one more method. We can say I set active chapter, and here we can pass the actual chapter. Okay, and if possible we can pass index, but that's fine. Okay, we pass this set active chapter and save it. Now initially we need to set set active chapter to a first chapter. So in the use effect, what I will do, here we can mark the set active chapter. It will be a course dot chapter of first element. So whatever first element is there, then it will mark as a first chapter which is active. Okay, and then we have to pass back to our main component, okay, the parent component. So here we have to mark as a set active chapter. So now this set active chapter will go to this page.js, and here we have to accept it here. Okay, so as a set active chapter like this, and obviously we can set as a set active chapter, and we have the value called chapter. Okay, so obviously we have to store this in some state to chapter. So I am defining this state so that we can store it and pass it to this particular video player. Okay, now here we can say active chapter is equal to active chapter. Okay, now in the full video player we have the active chapter. Okay, let's save this one, and make sure to console so that we can check whether we are getting correct data or not, and save it. Now let's go back to our application. Now we got one error that course.chapter map is not defined because this particular course will take time to load. Okay, so what we can do here, we can just mention if course is available, then only render this component. Okay, now if you see, still we have error. I don't know where it is. So it is in the chapter nav, and that issue is solved. So okay, so just make sure that you will add this name. Okay, so it will not render until unless you have the course information. And if you see, right, if I initially the default one is coming introduction, but if I screen on this, for example, third chapter, now in the full video player, okay, if you see this, the full video player has this particular information, which is the login UI along with the video URL and everything. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to our video full video player. Okay, here we are going to add the video player. Okay, so what you need to do, first let's define a video. Okay, so what you can just copy from the existing video player which we have. So it is in the video player component. I will copy this video player and paste it here. So we don't want h2 tag, I will remove it, and instead of this video URL, we'll get it from active chapter dot video dot URL. Okay, and make this as an optional so you'll not get any error. Okay, and save this one. So if I go back, and if you see, we got the video player. Okay, above this video player, or maybe inside this page.jsx, okay, I will add the user button. So for example, from this page, if user want to log out, he can able to log out. So we will add the user button and just make this float on the right hand side. Okay, and also we'll add padding of 5 and save it. Okay, and if you see, this is how it looks. Okay, so he can log out from here if you want. Next, let's add some padding. So I will add padding of 5, and let me format this. Okay, perfect. So after this video player, I will add one div. So it div contain the course name, or the chapter name, sorry. So we'll say active chapter dot name, and then it contain button as well. So it has a button, and it button will say mark as completed. So I will wrap this in maybe h2 tag like this. Okay, and before that I will add the check circle 2 from the lucid icon. Okay, let's apply some styling. So let's, for this div, add class name, set to a text of 20 pixel and font medium. And for this h2 tag, okay, so I need to add this to our h2 tag actually. And for this div I will add padding of 5. Let's add padding of 5. Let's add border, then rounded large, margin top to 5. Let's make it flex, justify to be in the center, and item to be in the center, and let's save it. And if you see, this is how it looks for now. Okay, weird, right? Because we did not added any button here. Okay, so button also styling. Okay, so add a class name, add background purple, maybe purple 500, and we'll make text to white, and add padding to 2, padding x to 5, rounded large, flex, gap 2, on hover, change the background color to little darker. Okay, and save it. And if you see, this is how it looks. And here, instead of justify center, I will make justify between, so they will away from each other. Okay, perfect. Now if you see, this is how our screen will look. If I go to this create run app, the text, the title is changing, but video is not getting reloaded. Okay, see, the problem here is, the solution is very simple. For this video, right, because we are setting the source inside this, you have to update the key value. Okay, so that's the reason key is important. As I told you before that, right, we need to write the key whenever possible. And now if I change this one, see, the video is refreshing every time whenever I change this chapter. Okay, so that's all for this particular section. In the next section, we will learn how to mark this chapter as a completed. Okay, so if I mark this chapter as a completed in the Hygraph, we have to store this inside our content, inside our user enroll course. Okay, so obviously we already have this completed chapter. Okay, and this contain the number like 1 or 2, something like this. Okay, so right now we'll delete this one, and this information we're gonna store. Also, we also learn, okay, the chapter which is already completed, mark as a completed, we have to change this icon to as a completed icon. Obviously user can go back anytime, but we will change this icon to as a completed icon, so that user get to know, okay, this course is already completed. Okay, so watch this complete video, guys, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. If you want one-to-one consultation or help, you can join my channel, and then you can DM me on my Instagram channel. Okay, and guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, because lot of new project is coming on this particular channel. So now we gonna implement the complete status of the chapter. Okay, so if you see in our user enroll course, I added this completed chapter. Okay, so I created one component, okay, which hold the chapter ID, and that component I attached to the user enroll course. Okay, so what happened, we can add a multiple component. Okay, and in that we will save the chapter number, whether it's a first, second, third chapter. Okay, for that particular course ID only. Okay, and if you go to the content, I have one content here. So if you see that right now is complete chapter, and there are two complete chapter 1 and 2, which is your chapter ID 2 and chapter ID 1. Okay, and in API playground, this is how you can fetch it. Okay, so in user enroll course you have completed chapter, and in that you can get the complete chapter. Okay, so make sure to update this user enroll course inside the index.js. Okay, so I added here. So previously it was just a completed chapter, but we updated the code, and now it's look like this. Okay, so make sure to note this point and make necessary update. Now let's go back to our application here, and if you see, let's go open the response in the console. Okay, and in the object, okay, here, so in the object, if so see the user enroll course. Okay, and inside that we have the completed chapter, and inside that we have the two completed chapter. Okay, so what we can do, we will store this value in a context. Why the context, right? Because you don't need to pass if you define in a state, you don't need to pass one after another. Okay, and you don't need to update every time. If you define the context, right, once you define the context, you can update the context value from anywhere, and that will reflect automatically everywhere. Okay, it's like you can update some value and subscribe will automatically subscribe kind of thing. Okay, so let's implement that. If you don't know, don't worry. Okay, so what we can do, inside this app folder, I will create a new folder, and you can call underscore context. Okay, because we are giving on underscore, the folder name start with underscore, sorry, then it will not consider as a route. Okay, and in that underscore context we will create a new file, and we'll say completed chapter context.jsx. I usually end with the file name with the context, because we can get to know, okay, this is a context. Okay, here you have to write export, so that we can use this context anywhere throughout the application. Constant, and then whatever the file name I gave, you can give the same file name, so same context name, and then you have to write create context. And if you see, this create context is importing from the React. Okay, and it'll pass null default and save it. Now once you define the context, right, you have to define where this context is accessible. Okay, so inside this page.js, inside this view chapter, right, I will wrap this all of this code inside the context provider. Okay, so you can just define like this. So here you can define completed chapter context. Let's import first. I don't know, today my suggestion import is not working. Okay, so that's fine. Completed chapter context from the big root inside app slash context slash completed chapter context. Okay, and here we have to wrap it like this. Okay, completed context dot if provider. Okay, and here you will define like this. So this is the provider. Okay, and copy this here and wrap it all of this component. So whatever value you define in this provider is accessible to this chapter nav use and full video player component. Okay, and here you have to provide the value. So let's define that value first. Okay, I will define, copy this code, and here I will say completed chapter and set completed chapter. Okay, and this two value we need to pass as initial value to this provider. Okay, perfect. And now once we define, right, now you can access it. Okay, now let's first store some value inside this completed chapter. Okay, so here we can store the value completed, set completed chapter. Okay, and obviously if you see, right now we are getting this response. Okay, and from this response we have to get this completed chapter only. Okay, so let's copy this fill name, and obviously in the response dot say completed chapter response dot user enroll courses and I think this is first element. Let's verify. So for inside the first element we have this one, right? So the first element dot completed chapter, like this. Okay, make sure it's optional. If the value is not there, then it will not throw any error. Okay, and what you can do, you can just make sure, let's copy this, paste it here, whether we are getting data or not. Okay, so if you see, let me refresh the screen. So right now inside the page 23, if you see, we got this 2 chapter. Okay, perfect. Now we have 2 chapters value. So this completed chapter, now we can use it in this 2 component. Okay, now let's go to this chapter now, and obviously you can define this context here. So in order to define, you have to write in curly braces. Okay, completed, because you are accessing this context, right? So completed chapter comma set completed chapter is equal to use context, because we are using context, and then you have to provide the context name. So in this case is completed chapter context, like this. Okay, now you have the completed chapter information inside here. Okay, now what you need to do, whenever you can define one method here. So I will define one method called check is, or you can say is chapter completed. Okay, so this particular method will return whether this chapter is completed or not. Okay, and here we'll say completed chapter dot find. Okay, and obviously it contains the chapter, or maybe you can say just item. Okay, and item dot, if you see this is our first item, right? And inside that we have this chapter ID. So just copy this chapter ID. Chapter ID is equal to the ID we will passing here. Okay, so we will write chapter ID here, and just to check this chapter ID. Okay, and then this will return some value. So now this method we have to call whenever we are using or putting this circle or what, right? Because we want to change this particular circle to check box. Okay, means check mark. So what we can do, after this, right, I will write another condition. If is completed, okay, is true, then I will put the check circle, check circle 2 maybe, like this. Otherwise it will show play circle. Okay, and let me give same height and width, like this. Okay, let's save it, let's check it now. Okay, so let me go back, refresh the screen, let's clean everything, click continue. Okay, so right now if you see, we have 2 chapter but it's still not showing. Let's see what's the issue. So one thing you need to update here, the chapter number. Okay, inside this get course by ID, because I added this chapter number as a one field. Okay, so if you go to this course list, and inside this chapter we added this chapter ID. See this one. Okay, so don't get confused, because you can access this. I will give you access somehow. Okay, but if you have any question, you can always ask me. Okay, but right now if you click continue, right here, now you will see the this tick mark. Okay, so and also I was forgot to pass this chapter number. Okay, so I have to pass the chapter number to this is completed, and then it will compare, and then it will return the value. Okay, so now if you see, it's connected, right? Because 2 value is there, and it is already 2 are completed, that's why it's showing like this. Okay, now what we can do, we will also update some styling. Okay, so in order to update the styling, here you can add the another condition, and then you can, let's say dollar each check, let's say check is, what is this, each chapter completed. So each chapter completed. Okay, then it will say we have to pass the chapter chapter number. Okay, and if it's completed, and also we have to make sure that it's not active index. Okay, and the index is not equal to the current index, then question mark, then we have to write the styling which we want to use, otherwise null. So what we can do, just for a styling, I will draw background purple 100, which is our theme color we kept as a purple, and then text purple I will give 600 and save it. And now if I go back, and if you see, the completed will look like this, okay, and non-completed will look like this, and if it's selected, it should look like green. Okay, so I hope you understand this one. Now next thing what we can do, we can also, if it's completed, right now if it's completed, we can also make this button as a incomplete, means mark as a incomplete, right? So obviously we are gonna need this context, so I will copy this context from here, go to the full video player, paste this context, okay, and make sure to import this context. Bring this down and like this. Okay, now we have completed chapter. So now obviously you can use the same method here, so I will just copy this method from here, paste it here, and it will check it's completed. Okay, so obviously from the active chapter we will pass the chapter ID. So for this button I will write the condition is chapter completed, and active chapter dot I don't know what's the for active chapter, did we console? Okay, we have the console information, so it's either chapter number. Okay, so that chapter number we need to pass. Okay, and it will check if chapter number is there, otherwise let's show null for now. Okay, and if I save it, let me refresh the screen, still showing this button. Okay, so let me do negative condition because we don't want to show, right? If it's there, it's not completed, it will show button. If it is completed, it's showing it will hide the button, right? Because we are showing null. So instead of null, what we can do, I will just copy this button for now, paste it here. Okay, and instead of background, I will keep background white only, so I will remove this background on hover, and we'll put the border, and we'll put border purple, maybe like this. Okay, on a hover we'll change background little lighter. Okay, it's not 100, we'll put 100, mark incomplete. And save it. It's up to you how you want to do it. Okay, let's make text to purple 600 like this. And if you see, right, obviously you can just I don't know whether we have any cancel or close. So we'll find some icon here. Okay, so that to revert some to mark it as incomplete. And if you see, I mark like this X circle, so you can just find it here. Okay, and then I paste it here like this. Okay, mark incomplete. So when you mark incomplete, we have to make sure from this completed chapter you have to remove that particular field. Okay, so try this one, pause the video and try yourself. Obviously I will do it, and it's also available in source code, but you can give a try on your own. Okay, so you have to write another method to remove that particular complete object field. Okay, so now once we mark the chapter as completed, we have to make sure that this particular chapter is get checked, and also we need to save the information on the Hygraph. Okay, so first thing, let's go back here and create a new method, constant, and we can call mark chapter completed. Okay, like this, and inside that we will check if completed chapter length, because initially obviously chapter is not completed, so it will check the length, okay, whether it's completed or not. And if the chapter is not completed, so initially we will make set completed chapter as empty. Okay, like this. And this method we gonna attach to our mark as a completed one. So here I will add on click method, and we'll add this method like this. Okay, next, now what we need to do, once we set, right, we need to update this context. So we can check whether completed chapter is there. Then we have to set this completed chapter. Okay, obviously we need to set the previous stage as well. So we will check completed chapter, comma, obviously the chapter need to be in the format like chapter, we need to add chapter ID, and then the current chapters chapter number. So obviously it is in the active chapter dot chapter number. Okay, and this is into a string, so I just added as a string format like this. Okay, so you can make it using .toString as well, it's up to you. And then let me see what else we miss. I think that's all. And or else, because this is else condition, or else we can directly add the chapter number. So just set completed chapter, and this line of code we can directly add it here inside the square bracket like this. Okay, now if you want to console, you can console the what is the name, completed chapter. Okay, so here is the completed chapter like this, and then and then save it. Now let's go back to our application, and right now I'm on login screen UI. Go to the inspect panel, console, clean everything. If I click on mark as a completed, if you see this button is gone. Okay, it means this mark as a completed one. And the third is, right, so if you see in line number 28, let's see. So this is not reflecting the change immediately, but if you see, this particular course is get marked. Okay, if I try to enter this one now, you will see this state as well. The chapter ID is 3. Okay, so obviously you are immediately updating the state. Obviously that is you cannot console immediately, or you will not get result immediately, but in background it will reflect it. Okay, and if you see now, both these mark as a completed. Okay, and if I click on this one, it will not show the button. Okay, now obviously our logic is working, but the thing is, right, if I try to refresh the screen, right, still the completed one is not saved because we did not update on this one. Okay, so what you need to do, obviously we have this schema called user enroll course, and inside that we have to add the chapter ID. Okay, for now I will delete one so that we can test it. Okay, and inside the API playground, okay, you have, this is the mutation query. So select the mutation, give the name, and then here we have the method which is called the update user enroll course. Okay, so we need to update the completed chapter. So select the data, inside that we have completed chapter, then we need to create a new one, right? So I added the chapter ID like this, and you can add the chapter ID here like this. Okay, for example 1 in this case. Then you need to add a where condition. So whatever user enroll course ID, you need to pass it here, and in return I will get the ID. Okay, also one more important thing, right, if you know previously we are publishing the particular update or a particular insert operation, right, by manually, means we are inserting the record or creating the record, and then we are publishing it. But you can directly call the publish here. So if I scroll up little bit, and here if I search with the publish many course user course enroll connection, and then select to 2 and make it published. Okay, so this will publish your course as well as you you updated this particular chapter. So copy this mutation query, go to index.jsx, and here we will create a new method to update the or to mark the chapter completion. So we can call it as a mark chapter completed. Here it will consist of record ID, comma, and the chapter number. Okay, and the arrow function constant mutation query is equal to GQL tag and paste your query like this. Okay, now here you need to update this ID. So here you have to pass the record ID and then the chapter ID. So I will pass chapter number. Okay, and as soon as you add here, it will also publish your course. I will, in order to execute, just copy this and paste it here. Okay, and make it async and save it. Okay, now this method let's call inside the full video player once we have the chapter completion logic. Okay, so here we can add that logic. So you can make await. Okay, and may mark this as a async. So let's import this mark completed chapter. So import from it is in services/index. Okay, and make sure it's exported. Perfect. So we have mark chapter completed here. Okay, and save it, and let's go here dot. Then now we will get the response. Okay, just console this response so that we can make sure, verify that okay, our update is successfully. I'll put this chapter complete here like this, and here we have to pass the user's course ID. Okay, so right now we don't have user course ID, so let's get it from this page.jsx and pass this user course to this full video player as well. Okay, and obviously it will come as user course and then active. From this user course we have to get the ID, so we'll pass only ID and then the chapter number. Okay, so in this case this active chapter number like this. Okay, let's save everything and then let's test it out. And now here we got this error, so that's because let's see what we miss. So in index.jsx, right, we have this publish user. Okay, and once you have this API here inside this one, right, let's update, let's search for the publish user course connection, where not where but oh sorry, this is unpublished. Let's search for publish, and here we passed to publish. Okay, here you have to play and then you get this edge node, right, that also we need to copy it here. So let's replace this with a new one. Okay, and also we use this users course.id. Okay, but inside the user course we don't have this, we are not fetching the ID here. If you see, this is our user enrollment course and we don't have ID, so add the ID here as well. Save it and let's test it out now. Okay, let's clean everything. Now I'm on the second course. The first one is already completed. If I click on second one, now if you see, this our course is also published and updated. Okay, and if I go to this content inside the user enroll course, and if you see, we got this 2 chapter which is completed. Okay, sounds good, correct? Now let's try for this third one. Mark it as completed, and if you see, third is also completed. Let's refresh the screen and see the 3 chapter. If you see, 3 chapter is completed. Okay, perfect. So I hope you understand this particular part, how to mark the chapter completed and then how to save it, the status of the completed chapter on a Hygraph. Okay, and also with the help of context, we are without updating or refreshing the data, we are automatically updating the completed chapter list as well. Okay, and obviously once you refresh the screen, okay, then we are getting the updated data. Okay, so this is how it works. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, and if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. So now let's implement the filter option for these filters. Okay, once you select the React.js, all the React.js chapter which is tagged will come up. Okay, so for that one, Let's go to this. Inside the home we have the routes, and inside the browse under component we have the category filter. Okay, so over here on the click of this button we need to set the active or selected category. So I will just write selected category, and then we'll pass the item dot value. Okay, so that's the reason we are going to use this value field. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously it's right now it's not defined, so get selected category and pass back it to the parent child like this. Okay, and then inside the page.jsx accept it here. Okay, so like this. So inside that we have the category, and then we have to set that particular category. Okay, but instead of setting, what we can do, we can just call the one method which help us to filter the value. So we'll say filter course, and this filter course we'll call it here. Okay, and then here we will pass the category. So we'll pass the category here like this. Okay, now on the click of this category, it will trigger this filter course method. Okay, now inside this filter course method we have to write couple of things. So first thing, let's create another state, and which will hold the original course value, so it contains all the courses. Okay, and obviously once we set this course, also set this course original. Okay, we call it as original. So okay, so what we so it's course lists. Okay, so obviously even though we update this set course value, right, this courses value, this till in courses original, we have the original, all the original value. Okay, so first thing, condition is if the category is equal to all. Okay, if the category you selected is all, then obviously we have to set the set course as a set courses original like this. Okay, and then we have to return from the method, okay, the empty. And otherwise we can call constant filtered value is equal to, or we can call filtered list is equal to course original dot, inside that we have to call filter. Okay, and we have to filter the course, and then it will return the course. So inside the course we have the tag array, and we have to check includes using includes method if the category is there or not, like this. Okay, and if it's there, it will return a true, and obviously that particular course will be filtered out inside the filter list. Okay, and then just set the courses as a filter list like this, and then save it. Now let's go back and test it out. So if I click React.js, so right now if you see, right, Tailwind CSS is working, Firebase is working, right? See, React.js is not tagged, maybe that's the reason, but let's make sure this particular value, so which we defined, right, this need to be matched with the tag which we define in the Hygraph. So in Hygraph it's a React.js. Okay, Tailwind CSS is fine, Firebase is fine, and save it. Okay, and now if I click React.js, see, two result we came up with. Okay, so if I go here inside the schema, we have this chapter section, right? So sorry, let's go to content. So inside the content, let me go to schema only, and here we have the tag. So if you see, we have the React.js, Next.js, okay, Firebase, Google Map Place API, Expo, and many more. So here we can add, for example, we already have Google Map API, that's fine. And now go to the content inside the course list. Okay, for example, open this first course, and then apply all the required tags. Okay, so all the available tag from this list. Okay, same thing you can do it for other courses. Let me go to and add some tags here. So Google Place API is there, map is there, everything is okay. Okay, now obviously you can increase this tag value. For example, you can add it here, 6th item, and you can call Google Map, and we Google Map API. Okay, and save it. And if you go back to our application, now we have new option which is Google Map, and if you see, if I click, then the tag chapter is come up with. Okay, Perfect. And if I click all, then all the list is showing on the screen. Okay, so this is how simple we can easily filter out with the option. So you don't need to make a API call for that. If I select React.js, you don't need to make API call. With the existing data, we will just filter out the data and then we can show it on the screen. So until this point, we are successfully able to show all the list of the courses. Then user can able to enroll to these courses, and once user preview and enroll to the course, it will go to this chapter chapter listing view, where user can select the chapter. He can mark it as a completed, and you can also, we are also showing whether this particular chapter is already completed or not. Okay, so now once user enroll to this course, right, we need to save this course in our dashboard page. Okay, because right now it's just 4 courses, but if you have 50 or 100 of courses, right, we need to store user enroll courses in a different section, and inside the dashboard we will store that one. Okay, so right now if you see, right, if I jump to the dashboard page is not there, and on the dashboard obviously we just want to change this particular layout and we want to keep the sidebar and this header as it is. Okay, so let's go to our application, and inside this home folder we have the routes folder, and inside the routes we need to create a new folder, and we can call as a dashboard, and this is our new route. Okay, now inside dashboard I will create a new page. Let's add the default template, and let's rename this function like this and save it. Now if I go back, and now if I go to the dashboard, and if you see, the dashboard page is showing on the screen. Okay, only this part, this section is getting changed, all other everything is keeping as it is. Okay, perfect. Now let's implement the dashboard. Now in order to get the user enroll course only, we need to make some modification in our schema. Okay, let me refresh the screen. So inside the schema we have the user enroll course already, right? Here we are gonna add one more field. Okay, and if you scroll down on the right hand side, you will see the option called reference. Okay, so it will add the relationship with this component with the other component. Okay, so right now if you see, once I select on that one, it come like this. It allow only one model to be referred or allow multiple model to be referred. Okay, so right now I click on this. You can select the which one you want. Obviously we want course list. Okay, and the type of reference you want, one-to-one or one-to-many, something like this. Just keep as a one-to-one, or you can make one-to-many as well. Okay, so allow multiple course list per user enroll course. Let's keep one-to-one and let's see. Okay, and this course list as it is, and let's add the course. So once the course is added, it will look like this. Okay, now we added the new field, right? Now go to the content, and for one of the user, right, let's go back here, and for this user let's add the course list, right? We already have this user enroll. He also enrolled to this particular course, and what I will do, I want to enroll to this, or I want to connect this user to this particular course. And if you see, you got this one, right? The reason I'm doing here, right, whenever we want to fetch the user's information, right, we can also get this course list information along with the name, banner and everything. Okay, so now if I go to the API playground, and inside this, let me get this query only. So here we want to get the user course list, right, user courses, and inside the user courses you can select what are the things you want, right? For example, you want the course list, right? And inside course list you can select the banners URL, then you can select the chapter, you can select we don't want chapter right now. Okay, then you can select the description if you want, then ID, the name of the course, whether it's a free or paid. Okay, then source code, tags, total chapters, YouTube URL, I will ignore that one. And what else? I think that's enough. Okay, author as well. Okay, so this much information we can select, but also we need to add the where condition, where the user email address should match. Okay, so obviously we'll select the user email, so we need to provide the user email. So for example, if I provide the user email which is already registered in our application, right, and now run it, if you see, only that course is right now, right, in our content only one course is registered, and that's all the course information we got it instantly, right? If I misselect this user email, now it will see you're not returning anything. Okay, perfect. So that's how we can able to fetch the information, right? I will just rename this query to user course list, something like this. Okay, now copy this query, and obviously we need to make one API call. So in index.jsx we will create a new method. So let's make export constant, and then we can call it as a get user course list. Okay, and here we will pass the user email, and this will be async. Here we will write constant query is equal to GQL, this tag, and enter it like this. Okay, and then we need to call this, we have to make a request. Okay, here it need to be a query, and instead of this user email we will replace with the pass user email ID. Okay, so this one is the which we are going to pass to this method, and this user email we pass it here. Okay, perfect, and save everything. Now we are gonna call this get user course list inside our dashboard component, dashboard page. Okay, so here I will write method, we'll say get user course, and we'll make await, import this statement, and then we'll get response like this. Okay, make this async. Now obviously we need to pass user email address that we can get it from the use hook from the Clerk. Okay, so it need to be a user is equal to use user. Okay, and like this. And obviously in order to access this page you should able to, or you already need to log in to this application. Okay, that you already Clerk is taking care of, so you don't need to do anything on for that one. Okay, now let's get user dot primary email address dot email address, and let's console the response. Now obviously we need to call this, so let's inside the use effect you can call this method. Okay, so obviously whenever the user is available we will call it, and we'll say user, then call get user course, otherwise null. Okay, perfect, like this. Okay, this needs to be a method, and save it. Now let's go back to our application. So right now if you see, we got the use effect issue because we need to mark this particular page as a use client because it's on client side. So I will make this use client and save it, and go to the inspect panel. Let's go to console, and if you see we got one object which contains user enroll course, and this particular course is already enrolled. Okay, sounds good. Now let's store in one state. So constant user course list comma set user course list is equal to use state, and here we need to set it. So set user course list, and this is the user course in sorry, so this variable we need to copy to access that particular response like this. Okay, we can say if response is there, then only do this set user courses. Okay, perfect. Now you have the set user course list here. Okay, now let's design or implement the UI for it. Okay, for first thing I will add just2 tag and will say my enrolled courses like this. Okay, let's give some styling, then we'll say font medium, something like this. Okay, and now what we need to do, we can use existing component. Okay, but here if you see inside our browse, right, we have this component, and we have inside course list, right, we already have this div, correct? But we can copy paste and put it here. But what we can do instead of that, we can create a new component inside this particular component, because we are gonna share to the other component as well. So I will create a new file and we can call it as a category item.jsx. okay, let's add default template like this, and this line of code I will cut from here and paste it inside this one. Okay, and obviously we need to pass item here, because I'm not gonna change any variable. So it need to be a course, right? So we can call it as a course only. Okay, and remove this key index, we don't need anymore. And here inside this we need to call category item. Let's import this one. So inside the, I don't know where, yeah, inside browse slash components slash no, not here. And now here we have the components category item, right? Okay, now we have category item. Here we need to pass course is equal to course, like this, and make this key index. Save this one. Let's go back to browse page first and let's check. Okay, now if you see, we got error that book is not defined. So in course list, make sure in category item we have to make sure that you import this book. So let's import book and YouTube icon as well, and also this image. Oops, sorry, this image from this next image, and save it. And let's see. Now if you see, nothing got changed. Okay, everything is as it is. Okay, now in the dashboard we're gonna use same category item, just we will add our own reiterate our own list. Okay, so in page.js, because we already have the user enroll course this user course list, right? So what I will do, I will add one div. Inside that we'll just iterate the user course list dot map item, or we can call course, like this. Okay, but if you if I go here, inspect panel and console, right, here we have object, right? Now we added this one right here, but inside that we have this all the items, okay, inside the course list. Okay, so if you remember, this is very important that inside the course list we have the all the items. Okay, this is little different. Wait, so let me clean this one and let me console the response, console.log, and then I will just paste this one here, and let me comment this out to check the response. Okay, so this is the response we got, right? So obviously if you have 5, we will get 5 result, and inside that we again have course list, right? So we have to access our field with the help of course list dot name, course list dot tag kind of thing. Okay, so I will tell you how to do it. So now if you see, right, we have user course list, map, course, everything ready. Let's add div, something like this. Okay, now here we need to pass some of the element to the category item. So here I will add category item. Okay, and we need to pass course information. So I will write course, and here we need to pass course dot, now we need to pass this course list. Okay, like this. Okay, make it optional, and here I will make back like this. Okay, now obviously if the course list is there, then only we want to show the result. So what I will do, I will add if user course list is there and condition, and save it. Now let's go back to application. If you see, we got the result instantly, right? Now obviously we will add some grid here. So if the screen size is smaller, we'll add grid column 1, if screen size is small, this is extra small, okay. When screen size is small, we grid column 2. When screen size is medium, grid column 3, and when it's larger, grid column 4, and save it. If I go back, and if you see, this is how it looks, okay. Now this is our enroll course. Let's give some padding from the top, so margin top to 5 maybe, okay. Now this is only enroll course right now I am showing, okay, and we don't need to show paid, but that's fine, okay, it's not big deal. But if I go to the browse section, right, and let's enroll this Disney clone, okay, I don't know whether it's enroll or not. It's look like enroll. So okay, so the thing is, I'm inside here, let's clean everything, because this course and attached course is little different, that's why it's showing like this, okay. Let's remove this entry, everything. Now here, okay, I made this, I clean everything, and now let's try to enroll to this course, okay. Now it's showing enroll button. I click on enroll now, and if you see, the course is enroll, okay. Now let's go back to this dashboard, and if you see, this course is enroll is showing. Now let's enroll another course. So I will enroll this Disney clone, click enroll now, and now we have enroll, okay. Now let's go back, go to the dashboard, and if you see, we got the 2 result, okay. Obviously we'll give some margin here, some gap, so let's add a gap of 5, perfect, like this, and it look good, right? Now this is the enroll course. Obviously if I try to sign down, you will not able to see this screen, okay. Let's log out from the screen, and if you see, it redirect to the sign in page, okay. Now you can obviously access the browse page, but if I try to log in to go to the dashboard, it will ask you to log in. So let's log in it. So let's continue to Google, let's go to the gameplay app 007, and if you see, you got the result, okay. So it's working perfectly fine. Now what we can do, obviously if you don't have any result, right, we can write something like result not found or something like this, right, or you don't have any course to enroll, so you can write the condition here, okay. So what I will do, I will add the condition user enroll course list is there, then obviously show the enroll course. Otherwise let's add div, and let's add here s2 tag, you don't have any course enrolled, you don't have any course enrolled, okay, something like this. And let's add some margin padding, class name, price center, item to be in the center. Let's see how it looks. Obviously, like in order to test, right, I will make this false, so that we will get only that one. See, you don't have any course to enroll. Let's give some text of 20 pixel, margin top to 20, and text gray. Save it. You don't have any course to enroll, okay. Obviously we also wrap this s2 tag inside that. So what I will do, I'll put empty tag like this, and this will be, I will keep maybe over here, or no, over here, okay, and save it. See, you don't have any course to enroll. Obviously I made this for testing, but this is how it looks when the course is enrolled, okay. So this is dashboard, this is a browse, and obviously this function, this filter is also working as expected, and everything is working as for now, okay. Now you have one task to do, okay. So right now we implement all the workflow, everything, okay. But if I go here, right, and we added this GitHub demo YouTube or the 3 option, right, your task is when user enroll to this, right, then you can enable this particular links, okay. So you can, if user click on this one, it will open the GitHub demo and YouTube as well, okay. So obviously you need to enroll first, and then only it accessible to the user, okay. So try this out, and then you can learn it from there. And also in next video, right, what we can do, we're gonna implement this membership payment gateway. Okay, so user, if the course is paid also, then we can only give the option to buy the course, or if user already have the membership, monthly membership, then we will give access to all the courses. Okay, you just need to add the enroll now and you can go good to go. Okay, so that particular payment gateway integration and everything we will add in next course if this course will get more than 500 likes, okay, and more than 10,000 views. Then only we will create a new video. So until this point, learn this one, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So now if I see right now I'm in browse, and if I go to the dashboard, I saw the dashboard. Okay, but if I refresh the screen, right, I'm still on the dashboard, but on the left hand side, if you see here, it's showing the browse as active one and not the dashboard. Okay, if I click dashboard, obviously it's showing, but on the refresh, it by default showing the browse. Okay, so how to fix this issue? So let's go back to our side nav bar. Okay, and inside here we are using this active index variable to set whether it's active or not, right? So what we can do now, we can define one variable and we can call it as a path, a constant path name is equal to, we can use inbuilt to call use path name. Okay, and that is importing from the next/navigation. So this will return us the path name for us. Okay, so you can just console it here. Let's say let's try to console and save it. Let's go back to our application and let me open the inspect panel. So we have one error which saying the key issue. Let's fix that one as well inside this. I don't know where. Okay, so inside this dashboard, okay, here you can mark this as a key index and define this index. So this I'm doing because when you are deploying this application on the Vercel or Netlify, you might get a build fail. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, so let's test out now. And if you see, right, I clean everything, and if you see, we got the name dashboard. If I click on the browse, it's showing browse. If I click on upgrade, it will show the upgrade, but right now we don't have page for upgrade. Okay, so now we have this path name. We use this path name. Okay, and we'll, instead of this condition, we'll write if path name equal to item dot the path. Okay, because we already have this path here, right? We will check whether what is the active path, right? And once we have the active path, then obviously we will keep all the condition as it is and save it. If I go back here, if I try to refresh it, see, still showing the dashboard. Okay, on a browse, if I click browse, see, nothing get changed. Okay, perfect. Another thing that you can design your login page on own. Okay, I did not modify much, but I just made small change that I bring the login screen on the center. Okay, and that's all. Also, if I go to the localhost 3000, initially it was going to 3000, but right now if I see, it's redirect to the browse page. Okay, simple change you need to do on this default home page. I just added the use router, and in use effect I am pushing or redirecting to this browse page. As simple as that. Okay, no any different configuration you need it. Also, this is completely user friendly application. In next video, right, what we can do, we gonna, as I told you, we gonna add payment gateway to enroll the paid courses, as well as we will make this particular site navigation mobile friendly. Okay, so on the smaller screen, we will hide this. If I go here, right, and right now as well, if I go to the smaller screen, it's hiding, right, but we don't have option to see it, so that also we can fix it. And most important thing is to enroll payment gateway and everything, the membership and everything. Okay, so that's all for this particular section. Obviously, if you don't know how to deploy, you can always check my old video to deploy this application on the Vercel. Right now Vercel is completely free, so you can deploy it there. Okay, very important thing when you are using the Vercel, right, inside the next.config.js file over here, right, inside the images you have to add the unoptimized as a true. okay, so that the Vercel image optimization will not, it will not reach to that particular maximum point, and that's the reason you will be in the free tier only, okay. Otherwise this image optimization take a lot of time. Third important thing we're gonna implement in the next part of this video is the loading effect, right? The skeleton loading effect, we're gonna display it, okay. Right now we are not showing any loading effect because our Hygraph is too fast. Even though if I refresh it here, right, okay, so right now I change this one. So even though when we make any configuration change, we need to run the server. So let's run the server, and if you see, even though if I refresh it, it immediately comes up, okay. But obviously we're gonna add the loading effect or the skeleton effect. That will be very interesting, and you will learn a lot of things. Obviously we will use Tailwind CSS for that one, okay. So guys, let's try this out, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. I'm happy to help you. And obviously if you join my channel, okay, or anything, so you can, then I can always happy to help you on Instagram. So before that, please join my channel, and yeah, see you in the next section and next video.